AFL Saturday. Let's jump straight into the warm-up.
Well, a very good afternoon from a sunny and a very, very pleasant Mullen Reserve on a very big day for footy, and of course a very big day for the country as well with Election Day. I hope you've got out and done your voting first up this morning. Good afternoon to you. My name is Brett Best and I'll be hosting for the next hour or so, and joining me to dissect all the action for not just this game but all the matches being played around the four divisions today. My co-writers today, co-writer down on the boundary today will be Scott Hardy. Scott, welcome to you.
Yeah, thanks for having us. What a ripping day of footy it's going to be.
We should be at the beach, I think.
We should be today. Better than last week, that's for sure.
And Ryan Long, of course, a very familiar voice, been doing a fantastic job on special comments. Welcome to you, Ryan.
Thanks, Besto. Yeah, no, Election Day, big day, but an even bigger day for the Norwood Footy Club, who are sitting 1-4, and with everyone really hyping them up in the pre-season. They've had a real tough run with injuries. It's a big day for them to get their season back on track.
Well, it's a big day for both sides. We will talk about this game a little bit more in depth because Park Orchards have had a couple of wins. I think they're two wins and three, but they've had a lot of close losses. So both sides, neither side have been just that much off the pace, but they just haven't quite been able to put the wins on the board.
Yeah, right. And if you look at Norwood's run so far, they've played four of the sides that are in the top six at the moment: Vermont, Noble Park. You had last week Baldwin as well. So they've played some pretty tough opponents, and when you've got some key injuries out and got a bit of a younger side in, it is hard to compete. So, they've had a tough run, and if they can start just to pull a couple of wins back starting today against a Park Orchard side, but, they're not that far out of the six that, finals out of the question.
That's right. We have to remember it is a top six this year, so it gives the sides that are sort of around that 8th and 9th spot that we may have written off at this time of the season as normal. They're still very much in the frame, aren't they?
Yes, absolutely. And even Park Orchards with a record of 2-3, I don't think too many would have had them penciled in for a top six spot, and I still think they're a bit off the track for that. But they're in that sort of bracket. I think there's about 7 or 8 sides that could lay a spot in September if they can get there.
I suppose the only disappointing thing from Park Orchard's perspective, Scotty, is that they won their first 2 games, so they got off to a bit of a flyer, but then they've lost the last 3. But having said that, they've all been pretty close results, haven't they?
Yeah, disappointing, obviously, but they're really not far out of it. Like the last sort of losses of the last one, round 5 against Vermont, obviously a 16-point loss. Again, probably could have won it by looking at the scores sort of throughout the day. 10-point loss, then 17. So they're around the mark though. They're not, they're not shying away from Premier Division. That they belong here, and it's just trying to I guess get the game right and go back to those first 2 rounds where they had some nice wins.
Good stuff. All right, we're going to be joined by the coaches in due course, so they'll be coming up to have a chat to us about the games, of course, the respective coaches. Marty Pask from Norwood, and of course Dennis Armfield, the coach of Park Orchards. But boys, we'll go around the divisions and have a look at some of the other matches. So one of the games that really stands out to me, I don't know about you boys, in Premier Division today, is that Donny East Roval match. I think that could be an interesting one.
Yeah, look, it shocked me just how strong of a start Roval had to the season. I think each week I thought, it's a maybe a huddle, a moment of a game too big to get over, but they just seem to be able to get the job done. They're a much quicker side from last year, so really impressive. But it should be a good one.
Indeed. Well, let's stop. We won't talk about that just yet because we've got a very special guest joining us. Nice to see the coach of the Park Orchard side, Dennis Armfield, with a very nasty bandage on his arm there. We better find out about that.
We'll keep that quiet, mate. We'll keep that quiet.
Welcome, Dennis. Nice to see you.
Thanks for having us, guys. Lovely day, isn't it? Nice view up here, you guys. Lucky.
It's fantastic, yeah. Listen, the side got off to a pretty good start. You had the 2 wins in the first 2 games, but you have lost the next 3. Although having said that, they haven't been bad losses. So where do you assess your side so far this season?
Yeah, look, 2 and 3. I think we should be a little bit better than that. But look, it is what it is. Look, we've come out well in the great unknown of Premier football too for us after also a long COVID stint as well. So look, we're competing. We're doing what we want to do. I'd just like to probably have scalped maybe 1 or maybe 2 more. But look, another tough opposition this Saturday against Norwood. And look, as gone by the reserves, they look like they're coming ready to play. So it's an exciting day.
Has it been hard to adapt for you and the boys this year, going up a division to Premier? Obviously, very competitive across the board. There's no easy beats in the division. How have you seen like the main differences from a Div 1 side or a Div 1 game to Premier Division?
Yeah, look, we always train with standards, and we've always trained with standards to be a Premier team. So I think that's been okay. You know, it has been different for us where every week is a tough opponent and every week is a tough game. In Div 1, you do probably get that 1 week off sort of in between every now and then. But look, I think we just got to bring what we bring, and that's our hard run and our hard edge and our pressure, and we've been able to do that, and that's kept us in a lot of games. So we'll look to do that again today.
And have you chosen to change anything from last year, or are you pretty much going the same sort of game style, just adapting to the teams that you're playing against?
Yeah, similar game style. Obviously playing a couple of smaller ovals against, your Vermonts and stuff like that. But look, similar game style. We got to back our system in and back who we are in, and probably just fine-tune it a little bit.
And you're obviously pleased with the pressure that you're applying because you're number 2 in clearances, you're number 1 in 1%ers. So you're obviously getting in the scrap and in the contest. It's just that fixing those or tweaking those little things on the outside.
Yeah, it's probably just a little bit of polish on the outside, I think. We can get in there, we crack in. Sometimes we're probably a little bit guilty of having 3 to the ball instead of just the 1. So, yeah, we've got to try to adjust that. But, look, I'd rather our boys shirk on the side of go than shirk on the side of not. And I think that's something that I've coached, and they've probably listened too well, and now it's just trying to drag them back a little bit. If they don't have to impact that stoppage, how can they help? So, yeah, look, we'll look to do that today, hopefully, and hopefully we can keep that 1 and 2 number, like you said.
Definitely. Dennis, since coming to the club, I'm not sure if you sort of have followed the history, I suppose, of the last 5 years, but this club has really been on the rise. They won the premiership in 2017, and they had a really good young side that they've brought through. And I can see a lot of those names still in this side and starting to obviously develop the likes of your Connor Hickeys, your Evan Smeeds, players like this. It must be really exciting to see those guys since you've come into the club really develop now and go to that next step.
Yeah, look, we took a step into Premier, and we were sort of a little bit questioning our growth and where we were going to go and what we were going to do. And, for the first few rounds, I don't think we've played over 33 points in the point system. So it sort of shows that our homegrown talent is doing what it needs to do and actually rising to the occasion and probably dragging a lot of us older boys and us new boys up, and it's pleasing to see. And, some of the names you've mentioned there have been, stalwarts of this club for the 11-year history that we've had. But they're doing it really well and living the Park Orchards way, mate.
And it also shows the strength too of a really good junior side, because your juniors have been strong for a number of years, and it really has, as you say, it just flows into that senior ranks, doesn't it?
Yeah, very lucky to have a good connection with our junior ranks. We've always made sure that we're really close to the 16s and Colts and stuff, and we've seen some of them come through, and then, they're playing now in our 19s, which is exciting. So, yeah, it's a good spot to be in, and look, hopefully we can just continue going.
And looking at some of the stats, you must be pleased with Mason Blakey. Like he's dominating in disposals, in inside 50s, in clearances as well. Is that sort of that leadership you're sort of looking for, and what he's applying to your club and to your centre? Yeah, look, we identified him a few years ago to go and get him, even though he was on a VFL list, and we spoke to him pretty highly. I'm good mates with him myself, and look, he's come in and just executes the role that we ask him to do. He's he just gets his head in the trough when he needs to, but then can add some polish on the outside as well. And, he's been able to go back and influence some games as a back, and actually gone forward as well and influence some games. So, look, we'll look for him to continue to do that. But he's also driving the standards to our young boys and making sure that they follow and, leading from the front. And, boys are starting to pick up on that and take note.
And just with those Blakey and Keppel, some of those VFL experience who have come full-time to play at Park Orchards, has that made a bit of a difference just to be able to have them on a consistent basis each week?
Oh, look, it depends who you ask. Sometimes I get up them a little bit that they need to keep that standard high. But, look, it definitely has. They've, just their leadership around the club, both on and off the field, I think is something that's been substantial for our group. And, we are a young group. We are, a local talent group as well. So just to have some of those experienced boys come back and sort of say, look, this is our training standards, this is our off-field standards, this is the way we want to have our culture, this is what we believe in, and this is who we are, and this is our crux, then that sort of goes through the group. And they've been great for us, but I'll always expect a little bit more from them, that's for sure.
Definitely. One of the hallmarks of Park Orchards over the last few years has been the spread of goal kickers. They haven't tended to rely, probably going back maybe to the Michael Folks days, maybe a little bit, but over the last few years there's been a bit of a spread of goal kickers. And what are you doing popping up kicking 5 last week?
Mate, Joe the Goose out the back, mate. It's all good. Just leave me around. But
the likes of Hickey and Prosnak and these guys, that's a really pleasing thing, isn't it, to get that spread across the board.
And we're probably a forward line that doesn't necessarily have that one big key monster. And so we've had to identify different ways to score and different ways to get it in there and different opportunities to kick 6 points, really. And all the boys have played to their structures, played to their roles well, and been able to execute that. And I think that adds value to our spread of goal kickers, that we don't have that out-and-out general focal point.
And are you finding the playing coach roles sort of suiting you still? Are you still enjoying that aspect? Or?
Look, if you ask me, I'll say yes. But if you ask others, they might say something different. But, yeah, look, it is difficult. It is very difficult. But I've got Tony Weeks on the bench, who's, an EFNL legend in playing and also coaching, and he's been around for a long time. And I'm very grateful that I've got him on my bench, that I can trust him, that if the little things need to adjust, he can see that before I need to. But and we've got a big demand on our runner to make sure that he runs a lot of things to me. But, yeah, look, it is difficult. But I spoke to our boys, and at the end of the day, they sort of want me to be a player from the start of the siren to the end of the siren and then go back into coach mode. But, yeah, I'm still fighting that balance, mate. But it's good fun. It's great experience, and I love every minute of it.
Dennis, great to see you. Good luck for today. It's going to be a fantastic game out there. Nice hard ground. I know you guys like to play a good open brand, so it should be a cracker. Good luck.
Thank you. Thanks for having us, guys. Enjoy.
Dennis Armfield, the player coach, of course, from the Park Orchard Sharks, and he looks raring to go. So looking forward. I think this is going to be a cracking game, boys. I just got a really feeling this could be a real goal fest today.
It is. Yep.
I'm so glad that it's a sunny day.
Yep.
It is just mint conditions for two teams that, like we're saying, are just pushing and they're just missing that mark.
Yep.
This gives them every opportunity to show their skills and prove it and see which side is the better side on the day.
And Park Orchards is a very high scoring game. When they get their game going, they love to score. So, a day like this, the conditions are perfect. With Norwood, with a few injuries, I think it's a great opportunity for them to really put a big score on the board.
Indeed. All right, well, let's go back. We started to go through the Premier Division games for today and sort of identify what we thought might be the games. I'm not sure we've got to. I think we only just really started. Ryan, what catches your eye in Prem Division today? Well, I think we were talking about the Roeville game, weren't we?
Yeah, I think the Roeville, the Doncaster East game is probably the highlight, besides maybe this game, for Premier Division. Obviously, both sides have started off really strong. Roeville undefeated. But, Doncaster East has really impressed me from when we watched them a few weeks ago against Doncaster. Just their ball movement has improved a ton, and they're not really relying on that one key forward up in the forward line. Sam Rowe, obviously, last year was probably the main target.
Yep.
But now they've got just so many other options, and they're using them, and their ball movement just has been so much better. And you look at someone like an Appleby in the middle, he's just a really inside bull. So look, they've really impressed me, and without being able to see Roeville, everything I've heard from them, it's almost a completely different sort of game style from last year. That
Indeed.
Very quick side that have turned things around.
Scotty, one of the traditional power clubs of the EFNL has been Norwood Park, and they've been a bit indifferent over the last few years, but they seem to be travelling pretty well. They take on Blackburn today. It should be an interesting match.
Yeah, look, it will be, and I will go to that game. But I wanted to bring one game that I'm actually interested in is the Vermont versus Berwick. Now, Vermont can really go up the ladder between Roeville and Doncaster. They're battling, and now Vermont can pretty much, because we're obviously seeing Berwick not giving the best sort of contest, but this is an opportunity for Vermont to really sink their teeth in, possibly get percentage as well, because the percentage for those two teams at the top is quite high. So I know it's a little bit of a different one, but it just means that Vermont can get back to that powerhouse sort of club that they were, and obviously that win against Park Orchards last weekend will continue, or hopefully push them in further into the top two.
So where do we see Berwick's season? Because they, when they came into the competition, they sort of looked quite good for a while. They've started off really poorly this year. So what's happened at Berwick, do you think?
Well, they have had a lot of retirements. I think Madison was one. There was a few others that a lot of their experienced talent's not there. So they're relying on a much younger side. So I think it's more of a 2 to 3 year project to really build themselves up. And they missed a big opportunity at home against Doncaster a couple of weeks ago just due to inaccurate kicking. They probably would let that one slip, but they did pinch a draw last week against Blackburn. That just puts them back in that away from the bottom of the ladder, because obviously you don't want to finish last and get relegated, which is probably their only thing this year. Is if they can just manage to hang in their Premier Division 1 or 2 more years, that's when you start to get more games into that younger group of players, that 18 to 23-year-olds, and they can really start to build something for the future.
Sure. So let's just pop back to that Noble Park match that I spoke about, because that is an important game. It's 5v7. And okay, it's early in the season to be talking about sides missing out on playoff and finals berths, but it is an important game for both sides. You don't want to get, particularly for Blackburn, who are just drifting a little bit, they need to stay on the pace, don't they?
They do, and look, last week that'd be the more disappointed side to come away with a draw against Berwick. But look, their form's been a bit patchy. I mean, we've seen them a couple times. The game against South Croydon, I thought they were a lot better than the week before in ball. And after round one, it did look like the wheels had almost fallen off a little bit. So they have responded, been able to win a couple, but they still do sit outside that top six. And the reality is they're gonna have to start pinching a couple of these wins against the top six sides like a Noble Park. So, it's an opportunity, but I just can't see him getting close to Noble Park with the form that they're in at the moment.
Definitely. A couple of sides that I would switch over to Division 1, and we'll have a look at that in Mirrabah. And East Ringwood absolutely flying. Probably East Ringwood not so much of a surprise, Scotty, but do you think Mirrabah have surprised a few people with their early season performance?
Yeah, definitely. And obviously now pushing towards, a grand, well, to the top sort of side, and then pushing up towards premiers if they get the win. But yeah, look, they've obviously got the drive, and they're continuing quite well, undefeated. And, they're obviously playing some amazing footy, and which will thrill them, especially if they are looking at those upper division.
Yeah, they've both got, with due respects to their opponents today, they've both got fairly winnable games, Ryan. East Ringwood taking on Wantirna South.
I will say that Wantirna South are a slight smoky. I think they've been underperforming. Like their 3 losses have been less than a kick, which maybe that's just them not being able to get the job done. And that's their fault. But I would say they'd be winning it. I don't think I can back them enough to beat East Ringwood. But I'd say that their form is, their list, what they've got, it's probably good enough to play finals, but they just haven't been able to win those close games, which may cost them in the end.
And Scotty, you'd expect Mirrabah to account for Bayswater, who they've been really disappointing. I know I harp on about this, but it's hard to believe that was only sort of maybe 3-4 seasons ago. They were in the top echelon, and now they're really struggling, aren't they?
Yeah, it's disappointing to see, obviously, but that's the changing of the guard that sort of comes around, and this competition is, it's so tight, and like we're saying, between these two clubs today, like the losses are just there, and all of a sudden it turns on its head. You've got Moorabuk at the top, East Ringwood, and then obviously got Bayswater down to the bottom. Beaconsfield sort of with that loss last week as well to Croydon. So yeah, disappointing. But look, they're a good side. They know how to win, obviously, and it's just getting the right fundamentals in play.
Yeah, any other games catch your eye in that division, Ryan, today?
I think probably the Mitcham-Croydon one's the only other one that you maybe put a chance for the Tigers to win one at home. They do play a lot better at home, but I think probably the thing is they may rely on Jake Parenti. They may need him to kick a bag each week to get up against a side like this. He's kicked 16 goals for the season so far. That's 8 more than anyone else. So they do, he's obviously a very prominent figure up forward, and we saw last year, they were able to manage a few wins before because he was out for, I think, majority of that year. So but as soon as he comes back inside, he adds 3 to 4 goals a game. But I just don't think it's enough to sort of match it with a side like Croydon, who just a very consistent, and they're, I guess they're a bit like a Ringwood or a Vermont, that it's hard to talk anything negative about them because they just seem to be able to get the job done.
Well, you look at them last week. You look at Croydon and stuff, and then look, Mitcham then at least have some sort of vision to sort of look at, and Croydon came out flying, and then all of a sudden Beaconsfield have sort of started to work out how to get around it, and just by inaccuracy that probably cost Beaconsfield sort of the game in that second, third quarter. But at least it gives sort of Mitcham the chance to sort of look at and go, look, okay, there is some sort of holes, but geez, Croydon looked good in that first quarter, and then that last quarter just controlled it and did well for the win. So look, it'll be interesting for them, but I still think Croydon gets the 4 points.
The 4 points. Okay, we're just about ready to go to a break, but just very quickly, without notice, boys, or question without notice, the 2 grand finalists from this division, who do you reckon at this stage?
Oh, that's a tough question. That's a tough question.
I'd say East Ringwood, Moorabuk at the moment. Someone's got to be pretty good to knock one of them out, I reckon.
And a quick smoky from maybe this division that could maybe upset
make the finals, or
that could make the granny.
Croydon, and I'll give One Turner South as a smoky to make finals and maybe make an impact.
Scotty?
Yeah, look, I think Croydon definitely is like I said. I just talked them up, and they're playing some good footy, especially on their home deck. But I don't know. It'll be interesting to see for this division. I'd say that Vermont's obviously always a shock, so
Sure.
I'd go with Vermont.
All right, boys, well, I'm off to put some sunscreen on because that's what it's like out here today. Beautiful day at Mullen Reserve. We're off to our first break, and we'll come back and dissect some of the other matches, and we'll catch up with Norwood coach Marty Pask too before the hour is out.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
The warm-up continues right here on EFL Saturday.
Welcome back to the Mullen Reserve. Brett Beston in the hosting chair alongside Scott Hardy and, of course, Ryan Long as we continue the countdown towards the big match this afternoon. And it's going to be an absolute cracker and picking between Park Orchards and Norwood. Scotty, looking to Division 2, and there's one sort of standout game that you wanted to talk about, I think it was the
Mulgrave versus Knox.
I totally went out of my head for a moment.
That's all right. I've got a soft spot for Mulgrave, but they're playing some great footy at the moment. They're coming off 3 wins and up against a side of Knox, which also is knocking at the door. If Mulgrave gets that moves them up to 16 points. Knox gets the win, it equals Mulgrave then on 12 points. So look, a great contest to keep an eye on, and that's my match of the round for the
Right, Ryan, one of the sides that had quite big tickets, or I was going to say on themselves, but that's not necessarily true, but they were tipped by quite a few people to do well as Templestowe, and they are really struggling down the bottom of the ladder at the moment. How do you assess their season?
Well, I'm the fool who put them in a top 5, thinking that I got a few messages from some people about that. But look, their depth is just isn't as enough as a side like a Bronya or a Heathmont or the Basin. They just can't cover those players. So, when you lose someone like a Cameron Cloak and a couple others in the first couple of weeks, they've got no one really to back them up to come in. So, look, in reality, it's probably a bit of a longer process than what some people, like myself, thought. So it may be more of a 2 to 3 year, but they have improved. And, obviously, playing Baronia today, I can't see any way that they get even close to Baronia, especially down at Tormore. But, it's a work in progress for them at the moment.
Yep. Scotty, what about Ringwood and South Belgrave? That shapes as a pretty interesting clash this afternoon at Jubilee Park.
It's the clash of the 1v2s this weekend. It seems, and again, just great conditions, and it really shows then who's the better team and who'll be leading. If South Belgrave get the result, then they equal with Ringwood. If Ringwood get the win, they still stay undefeated. It's hard to see though. Ringwood losing just the way they're playing at the moment. They're just a juggernaut, and that difference in the ladder, like I'm talking about Mulgrove and that, but that's sort of around the fifth sort of spot, and then you go to the top four, and it's quite a gap, in what's increasing. Obviously for Baronia, a massive game, but those top three, Ringwood, South Belgrave, East Belwood, they're your picks you would think for going ahead.
I think the interesting thing is we all came in probably at the start of the season thinking that who's going to beat South Belgrave because they're the amount of depth at the forward line, like Smith, Garner, Odomat, and obviously Odomat's out at the moment. They've got, they've got that many forward options that, someone like Tim Smith can have a run in the middle. So that's probably they've always been the side to beat, and it probably took us off guard when Mulgrave were able to knock them off. So just to see if Ringwood can, be able to manage, that many names. Ringwood have, obviously lost quite a few with the Farmer boys, and they're just a well-coached side.
Yep.
So even though they've lost some of those players, like maybe a Vermont in Premier Division, Brett Rowe just has, he's just like...
He's a terrific coach,
he is.
isn't he?
And the structures that they have, especially defensively, they're just really well set up behind the ball.
Another interesting game today which catches the eye is the East Belwood Basin game. Now, East Belwood on paper should win that, but it is at the Basin, who are sitting in sixth place at the moment, so they're there or thereabouts. Can you give Basin, mount a case for the Basin there, Scotty?
I'm tipping the Basin.
Are you really?
Yeah.
Why do you feel that the Basin have got them pipped there?
I just think maybe the smaller ground. I think East Spring would do like East Belwood. They like to spread and run a bit. So I think maybe at the smaller ground may be able to suit them in probably what would be a lower scoring game. Nick Hallo's back in form, especially in the last few weeks. So that's a big positive for the Basin. And I just think maybe that they had a couple games earlier that they probably should have won. So he was just really getting on the board. So they had that draw against Baronia, and then they were finally able to pinch some wins against some lower ranked sides. But this is their big chance because they really need to take a big scalp because they're outside the six. And with Mulgrave still winning games and being able to pinch one against South Belgrave, they need to be able to beat one of the top sides to really cement themselves into a finals position.
Yeah, and look, you're right. And I guess the only thing is, like I was saying, that sort of differential sort of between those top and bottom sides. And I sort of feel like, well, this is East Belwood's sort of chance to look at it and go, you know what, we probably should get the 4 points, or hope, from their belief, and then that again puts them up to that top tier or into the number one position. So they'd want to push hard for that win, considering the opponent. I know obviously away game and everything like that, and the Basin's it's a great game, a great ground if it's your home. Like the crowd loves it, there. But I just don't see them beating them.
And 83 points last week to South Belgrave. That's a really big loss. And obviously, you don't need to mention how good South Belgrave are, but it's just going to be interesting to see how they respond because other than that, they've been a really good side this year.
Yeah, indeed. All right. Well, look at some of the other matches going around today. And, of course, we pop over to Division 3. What catches your eye there, Ryan?
Division 3, I think probably the one that you look at is the Waverley Blues Coldstream game. Waverley Blues, they haven't put a foot wrong after the Warrandyte loss in round one. They're such an attacking side, and Coldstream probably surprised a few just being able to knock off a side like they've knocked off Warrandyte. Yeah, they've been able to string a few wins in a row now against some of the lower division, the lower ranked sides. So they've just been able to find a bit of form and they put themselves. That's their second. They're actually second on the ladder right now. I didn't even realise. So look, they're in a good spot, and if they can, I don't know if they can beat the Waverley Blues. I don't know if they can match them on the scoreboard in maybe a shootout sort of scenario in perfect conditions. But look, if they can get within a couple of goals, I think they'd be pretty happy.
I guess, my one is Fair Park versus Whitehorse. Fair Park have been a little, disappointed in sort of, from the seasons that they've had over the last couple where they've, just come from nowhere and then won. This is a game that, look, it's tight on paper. I'd pick Fair Park, but Whitehorse are playing some decent footy.
All right, boys. Well, I think we've got our second special guest of the day, and he is the coach, of course, of the Norwood side. Great to welcome to the show broadcast, Marty Pask. Marty, welcome to you.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. Geez, we picked a good day. You guys need sun cream.
It's fantastic, isn't it?
Pina colada.
Yeah, you're talking. Bit of an interesting start for you guys. You're 1-4, so it's been a little bit patchy. But having said that, I mean, a lot of the results haven't been, they're not one-sided results. They've been close. How do you assess your season so far to this point?
Look, it's been challenging. There's no doubt about it. We've been hit with a lot of protocols. We've had a lot of injuries with COVID. The Rowville game, we lost 3 before half-time. We finished with 1 on the bench, only got done by 2 points. So it's been one of resilience. I've tried to look at it, and we've certainly tried to look at it as a glass half full approach. With we've exposed a lot of guys to senior footy this year that have held up really, really well. So I think we're on our 8th debutant today in Dobson, who's going to play in the ruck. So there's been a lot of things that have been great in terms of exposing our list to senior football. But we'd love to be 4-1. But there's been some pleasing signs against some really good sides. I thought we were very good against Vermont. Lost a couple of players before half-time again, but fought through as well as we could. Rowville, as I said, we found a way to get ourselves back in front with only 1 on the bench and, got beaten on the last kick of the day. Noble beat us quite comfortably in the second half and obviously last week, we had Tweedy out with COVID protocols again and some players out of the side, but debuted another couple and went down by 3 goals. So, it's been one of those things. We haven't been blown out of the park, and our guys have been quite competitive, but we'd certainly like to get the band back together and start settling our lineup, that's for sure.
Marty, obviously a 1-4 start's not ideal, but considering the opponents you probably played 4 of maybe the top 6 sides in the league right now, and obviously the last couple of weeks we've had 8 to 10 players that have only played a handful of games. Can you take some positives out of that, knowing that at least they're getting some more experience in senior footy, and it may help you out in the long run when you do get some of your players back as well?
Absolutely. There's a lot of positives out of it. You're right. We're playing high-level football against good quality opponents, and we certainly haven't been overawed in any situation. And a lot of those guys, as you said, have debuted and played. And it's a climate we're in at the moment. If you had said to me 2 years ago that you'd have players missing because of COVID protocols and different things. It's a different world, and I'm sure other coaches are facing the same sort of challenges. So, it's a next man up approach, and you got to keep developing and growing and looking for small wins and positives. But for some different turns of events and being better for longer. We've been in a completely different situation. I think we've lost 3 games by 3 goals or less. So. There are definitely positives, and I'm really excited about some of the young guys we've exposed to senior football. Patterson kicked 3 last week in his second game against Baldwin. Dobson's a 200-centimetre ruckman that gets his opportunity today, who's been playing really, really good. And it's also a whole club thing. So, a couple of weeks ago, we were really exposed with our whole list. We had to elevate 6 or 8 of our 16s and 17s to come up and actually play development. That's how many that we sort of had exposed to the COVID and different things like that. So it's been a really good club to be at, even though it's been 1-4, and everyone understands and has galvanised through this period, which has been really, really good. And look, as I said to you earlier, we hope now that we can start settling the side and galvanise and be good and keep looking forward. That's all you can do.
And I guess, Marty, that from having those debutants, at least you've got some good leaders in Tom Maloney, obviously, or Lockie Dixon. They're leading again, disposal wise. If I look, Maloney 27.4 disposals, number 2 in contested, number 1 in handballs. Like that's a beast, beast of a man at the moment.
Love him. I'd let him marry my daughter. And I mean, these are all the things. Again, you look for positives, and you just got to keep looking forward. And those sort of guys have been fantastic. You know, Dicko's been great. Tommy Maloney's been great. Blake Pearson, getting Tristan Tweedy back today is a big help. Obviously, we've missed him. I think he's played about 1.5 games this year, maybe 2 off the top of my head. So, as I said, getting some of those senior guys around, some of the younger guys will definitely help us. But, yeah, I've been really impressed with their leadership. Brett Jordan's captained the side really, really well as well. So there's been plenty of positives.
And are you hoping that with that change, with the debutant of Dodson in the ruck, that'll assist with your clearances? Your clearances are a little down this year, and especially if you look at Park Orchards, I think they're number 2 in clearances. You guys are sitting number 9 for clearances. So
absolutely.
Is that something you're looking at in the centre more so to get those opportunities?
Centre clearances is definitely something that we've been disappointed with, and a lot of that's been personnel. I mean, Big Michael Wen's missed a little bit of footy, and I say that he's played every game, but he hasn't been able to finish a couple of them, unfortunately. So particularly the Vermont game, Big Robbie got a hold of us in that last term. Last week as well, and the Rowville game. So we're going to try some different things with the ruck today with Dobson and predominantly Wenny playing a little bit more forward, and see how that looks and see how if we can address that area. But it's definitely one that we're aware of and we'll try and fix.
Yep, good stuff. What about? So tell us a little bit about Dobson. He's obviously a newbie. Where does he come from, and a little bit of background about some of his strengths?
Yep. So he's a 200 centimetre leaping ruck. So he gets his hand on the ball, which we've seen. He's got a very good leap on him. I believe he's a North Ringwood junior. So he's been mates with a few of the boys over the summer, and he came and joined us, and we were really impressed with him. And as you'll see, he's a slighter body, so it's been a question of when we actually, release the pin and throw him in there. But we think we've got it to a stage now where we'd be reasonably comfortable that he's going to be able to compete at this level and do particularly well. So as long as he gives us first use, we'd be pretty happy.
And you just mentioned Tristan Tweedy before. Obviously, he's only been able to play 1 or 2 with, I think he got concussed against Vermont. And what's the sort of impact that he actually has down back as a really A-grade defender?
Huge. Like, I mean, you look at round 2, we lost him to concussion at quarter time against Vermont. I think Angel kicked 3 in the second half. So, I mean, that was significant. Last week we didn't have him with COVID protocols. Jordan Lyle kicks 5. And they're both tight games. He's a Team of the Year fullback. He's a quality player. He's one of our leaders as well. So, I mean, again, I'd love to have him out there every single week and contributing. So he gets all our big jobs. I mean, he'll get Keppel today. So a quality player that we respect. So we want to give him our best defender. We give him those jobs. We trust him with those jobs. So having him in the side gives us enormous stability and confidence.
Good stuff, Marty. Really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us ahead of the big game. So good luck this afternoon.
Beautiful.
And tell the boys not to get sunburned out there.
Oh, I'm worried about you guys. All right. All the best,
Thanks,
guys.
Marty.
Have a good call.
Marty Pask, of course, he's the coach of the Norwood side. And it has been a challenging time with the COVID protocols. It's something we don't sort of think too much about. But, you're going along. You're not thinking about injuries because you might have a relatively good fit list. And then the next minute, you've got 3 or 4 guys out bang, just like that with COVID protocols. I mean, it's been a real challenge that teams have had to adapt to over the last couple of years, hasn't it?
It has, and you can see it even in the AFL with a side like West Coast has just been destroyed on those sort of protocols.
So sorry for them.
Yeah, it is, and it's hard because, we're going to get to maybe a final where you're going to miss a key player because, they're out with protocols. That could happen, and that's the, reality of what we're in right now, and every team's facing it. So, on that sort of perspective, it's an even thing. But someone's going to get, really screwed over. I think just before a final or something where a game they're going to have to win.
Imagine getting to grand final week, Scotty, and you've named your team and you're all primed to go. and then you get like 4 of your big names ruled out with COVID. I mean, it's just something we have to deal with.
Or if
isn't it?
it's your first grand final as a player, and to miss out for that.
Yeah.
But hopefully as the season goes on, obviously at the moment it's it's still quite, bubbling away, and there's quite a few people missing with COVID. Hopefully towards the end that sort of, drifts off a little bit, and they get full sides and it's actually full teams playing, because obviously you can see from Norwood that it's affected them, and look, once they get a full side, then it might be a totally different beast.
Yep. All right, boys. Well, that just about wraps up that segment. So we're going to go to another break, and then we're going to come back and just finish off talking about I think we're doing Division 4 still to do, and we'll have a bit more of an in-depth look at this game. But we'll take a break for now and come back next and talk about those games. This is EFL
Today
Game
at
Day.
Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, "Why, yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice-cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy." And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
The warm-up continues right here on EFL Saturday.
Welcome back to EFL Game Day as we continue to count down to the big one this afternoon. Out here, of course, it's a cracking day out here at Mullumbullen Reserve. It really is. Park Orchard's taking on, of course, the home side Norwood. And just to finish off, boys, we're going to talk about Division 4. And I guess one side that has a real point to prove today, and it was a really a huge shock, Forest Hill taking on Forest Hill, beaten by Croydon North a couple of weeks ago. Ryan, I mean, what do you make of that?
Yeah, look, I think that was a bit of a surprise. Croydon North really needed to get a scalp of a big side. That was the first time they'd beaten one of the top 4 teams in the division since they've been here. So it was a big moment for Croydon North, but it puts Forest Hill really on the back foot now because obviously they host Sylvan, who at the moment seems to be by far the best side in the division, and they really need to just I don't think you'd take this as a must win because obviously with the way Sylvan's going, it's a difficult task. But if they can play well and be competitive and just sort of find a bit of form after the week off, I think that's the most important thing.
Yeah, it sort of seems to be a little bit of a two-horse race, though, that one, doesn't it, in the Division 4 between Sylvan and Chirnside Park. Sylvan obviously dominating from last week. I think it was about 186 points or
Massive
something.
score, they placed 184, I think, or
yeah,
something like that.
huge scoring. So obviously great scoring potential. A great opportunity for Sylvan as well. So, look, it'd be interesting to see, but again, it gives them the conditions today are perfect for everyone. So it's anyone's game.
Forest still, I guess, going through a bit of, they had that great run where they made, I think it was 2 grand finals in a row or 3 in a row a few years back, and they couldn't quite get the chocolate. So they're going through a bit of a sort of almost a rebuilding period, I suppose. They've lost a few key players. They're moving into that next phase, so they're not quite as strong as they were, Ryan, are they?
I think they've missed their chance almost, and you'd probably maybe put them in a similar category to Surrey Park. But I think Surrey Park have probably got, although they've lost quite a few experienced players over the off-season, they've still got enough stars there that probably Forest Hill may not have, and maybe a bit more depth. But, when you look at a side like Sylvan, who were able to really recruit heavily over the off-season, Justin Figueroa is obviously one of them, and, they were probably the side, I think they were the side that got closest to Coldstream last year. They got within 5 goals. No one else even got close to I don't think anyone else got within 10 goals of Coldstream last year. So that probably shows you what Sylvan can do as a club and what they've done. But, Forest Hill, it's hard to see him. You can see him obviously making the finals or a 3rd or 4th spot, but it's hard to see him really challenging, seriously.
They can score, though, Forest Hill. If you look back at some of their results, like against Kilsyth, 15 goals, 10, there was another result around sort of similar. So, again, they do have the firepower, obviously. Like, they're not struggling to score. It's just sort of, again, it's just getting that sort of, I guess, consistency and pushing forward, but it's hard when you're obviously up against Sylvan and Chirnside Park, and like I said, Sylvan are just a beast on their own.
Yeah, defensively they're going to be big under pressure with Lee Kimpton and Figueroa. I think they've combined for almost 50 plus goals already in the first 5-6 rounds. So that says something about the sort of the talent they've got up forward, and that's probably their biggest strength come September if they are to continue and win a flag from this.
And they're also very hard to beat up the mountain, aren't they?
Oh, I wouldn't bet anyone beating them down there. It's a bit of small ground. I can't see him losing one there. But obviously finals are not played there, so I could see an upset sort of come September. And where they play at Walker Park to Div 4. Or
I'm not sure this year.
I don't know.
Yeah, so
don't ask such ridiculously difficult questions.
Very hard at this part of the season.
You're quite right, though. It's an interesting point you raise because sides often play their own grounds very well, and they even play. But you get out to like these foreign grounds that they're not used to playing on, and it all changes. Sides suddenly at Bayswater Reserve and things like that, which they've probably only played on once or twice a year, and it does put a different dynamic on it.
Yeah, you can look at Ringwood and. Every time they've gone to East Burwood in a final series, I think they've lost a prelim against Heathmont, and then they lost the grand final against Baronia, and the following year against Mitcham All at East Burwood, the wind tunnel down there. So, it changes everything when it comes to finals when you play at those different venues.
Indeed. Well, that's all the games for today, or the top 4 divisions, or the 4 divisions that we have. So some pretty interesting matches there, and we'll look forward to bringing you those results a little bit later, or keeping an eye on those games throughout the afternoon. But time to have a little bit more of an in-depth look at today's game, and we've got Norwood against Park Orchards. Now, I have to be honest with you, I've been a Park Orchards fan probably for a few years now. I love what they do. They've had this young team. They've come through. They've developed the young talent, and they're an exciting team to watch. Norwood, as we mentioned before, they had tickets. So a lot of people had tickets on them coming into the season. But both sides a little off the pace at the moment, but not a lot. And I think it'll easily be rectified, both sides. One's lost, 3 games by not a lot, and the other's lost 4 games by not a lot. So, where do you see these sides from here on in? Do you think either of them will be finals contenders?
I think you put it on hold for them. They're not there yet, but they've both got the potential to make it. Obviously, I did do a bit of research actually on sides coming up to Premier Division from Div 1 or sides like a Berwick coming over across. It's only 11 of the last 13 teams have not played finals in their first year coming into Premier Division. So
it's extraordinary, isn't it?
The record there isn't good for a Park Orchard to make it, but they've started off well enough to put themselves in contention. Obviously 2-3 and a couple of games like last week where, if they had a kick straight against Vermont, they probably snatch that and they'd be in the top 6 at the minute. So look, they're competitive enough. They've got a really high-scoring, attacking, free-flowing sort of game that can put them, can really hold up well against a lot of these sides. So look, they're an interesting one, and I think obviously as we said with Norwood, as Marty's talked about, there's still a lot of positives considering the opponents that they have played and the injuries that they've had. Like 1 and 4, you think done, but considering who they're going to have to come up against soon, you'd give them a chance to be able to go on a bit of a run.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? It's Scotty. It is all about the draw. So 1 and 4 can very quickly turn into, say, 4 and 1 and 4, 5 and 4. If you get a good run, and there's also that when you get into the middle part of the season too, you've got you might get the wet weather, the cold weather, the grounds are different, so the conditions change, and that also comes into it, doesn't it?
It does, and that's the thing about football, isn't it? That it's anyone's game on any day, and you can play sort of, obviously you've got home ground sort of advantage and everything like that, but some of these clubs, obviously locals, would have played here anyway. They may have played their juniors or whatever. So that sort of thing for having sort of neighbouring sort of sides and stuff. Look, it's just going to be an absolutely brilliant contest for two teams that, like we're saying, Norwood have obviously, talking to Marty there, they've had outs, and now as they get those ins and play against those sides, probably of the lower sort of, or lesser, then the chances are they can get those wins and put themselves in the middle. And I think if this season doesn't go in Norwood's favour, I think next year will really sort of put them in a really good position, because like I said, their losses haven't been much at all except for the Noble Park one, and again we've spoken about how strong Noble Park is this year anyway. To sort of have it on their terms, hopefully they get back to those results of when they played Doncaster in the first round, they won by 57 points, so they can score. They miss a little bit, obviously from the clearances. That's probably something that they've just got to work on, and it'll be interesting to see today those clashes in the centre. That's pretty much where the game is generally won, and should be won in here, especially going up against Park Orchards, who does extremely well in the centre.
They do indeed, and of course they're quite strong in the ruck as well, which brings us back to talking about Dodson. Of course, he's playing his first game today. He's going to have a really tough day out there, and he's going to have to get as many head-outs as he can. Head-outs don't necessarily equate to clearances, but he's got a big day in front of him, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. And look, I mean, obviously this game could be won in the midfield. If you look at Norwood's, their starting lineup with guys like Tom Maloney and Lockie Dixon, they're big ball winners. And as you mentioned before, Scott, first in the comp, Maloney for second in the comp, for clearances, first in the comp for handball. So they do find plenty of the ball, and that's going to be important to be able to get first hands on the footy and be able to get forward. And I did look at the hearing from a couple of people about the Norwood Vermont game when they piled on those goals in the first quarter. It was their ability to win the ball in the middle, to be able to lock it up forward, to be able to give those chances to really set up that lead. And once it turned around, and obviously Tristan Tweedy going down in that game with a concussion probably was part of the reason why it did turn. But that's the midfield batter put a lot more pressure on their back line. So look, if they can win the ball out of the middle, I think they're probably the side that looks pretty strong up forward.
And we were talking about COVID sort of protocols, but as bad as it is for Norwood and stuff, it also gives those debutants, like I was saying, I think you said they've had about eight or nine debutants. It gives them an opportunity to really cement themselves in a senior side, which they may not have had initially, and sometimes it's those opportunities, and you discover a bit of a gem in the rough, and you look at obviously the ruck contest today, and if Dobson dominates or is great, then he's secured his spot, especially if they're struggling in that clearance sort of role. So as much as COVID's sort of causing a little bit of havoc, hopefully they can find those sort of next players coming up, and again just builds them for the next couple of years for sure.
And look, you'd rather have these sort of things happen now when you've still got a bit of time to build into the season. Obviously, I mean, they can't afford another loss, because a loss here today would be 1-5. That makes it very tough. You can't make any mistakes, can't lose to any of those sides around them. But, you'd rather have that now, and then, when you get your experienced players back in, you've still got those players that have been playing now, the younger players. I think they had last week, 8 to 10 players who had played less than 10 games of senior footy. So some of those guys get a bit more footy into them, and even, looking at next year, you've got a bit more, your depth is a bit better with the players that can come in when you do have those injuries.
That's exactly right. All right, boys, we're a couple of minutes away from wrapping up here. So before we, as we come down to that time, we're just going to get your predictions on today's game and who you think might win and what you see the key factors. Scotty, start with you. Which way are you leaning today, and what do you think is going to swing it?
I knew you were going to ask the tough question at the end. This one is, I'm genuinely excited about this game. I haven't personally seen much Premiers sort of, at this sort of level. So to watch a game between two clubs that are very, very tight in their scoring and in how they go about their football, I'm looking forward to it. Look, I think Park Orchards, I just feel like they're probably just that little bit more polish at the moment.
Yep.
I sort of feel it'll be a close contest. I'd say an 8 to 10 point win for Park Orchards.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to write off Park Orchards, or I think it's going to be quite close, and I can't see any way that Park Orchards gets belted. But I just think Norwood it's a very important game to. I just can't see them going 1-5. I think they've got enough talent on the board. They bring back Tweedy down back. That's really important for them. If they can start winning that ball in the middle and be able to control the play, I think they'll get up and back at home. So I'm confident in Norwood to tip them by 2 to 3 goals.
2 to 3 goals. You don't think the interesting thing about Park Orchards too, and we've had this obviously with the likes of your Beaconsfield and your Berwick's coming up. It does just take that little bit of time to adjust to the higher division, and they've had now sort of 4 or 5 weeks. So is that also a factor in their possibly quite slow start to the season?
I guess so, and look, it is. It's just finding your feet. As to where you sort of sit, and basically, like I said, it's sort of they're in a good position at the moment just to try and work out where they're going in the next 2 years for both these clubs. I think you'll see them sitting right at the top.
All right, boys. Well, for what it's worth, I'm going to stick my neck out and say Park Orchards today because I'm basically the president of the Park Orchards fan club. So
you do.
I just love what they do, and they've had this young team over the last few years. They play a great brand of footy, and I just really think they're an exciting team. But having said that, I don't say that with any great confidence, and it could certainly go either way today. But beautiful conditions. You couldn't ask for a better day for footy, and I'm pleased I'm not calling this one because I can just see there's a whole bunch of jumper changes for Park Orchards which have come through. Well, that just about wraps it up for the pre-game show today. My thanks to Scott Hardy and, of course, Ryan Long for sitting in the chair alongside me today. And, of course, after the break, we're going to come back and we're going to have the big call on this afternoon's match. Going to be an absolute cracker led by Matty Fodia. And we'll come back in a moment after the break and we'll get ready for the big countdown to today's game.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
On EFL Saturday, it's time for the match of the round. Let's cross to our team and go local for your footy.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Mullen Reserve, and thanks to those tuning in on Radio Eastern 98.1 for the first time this afternoon, as well as the SEN app and the EFNL Facebook and YouTube. It's the Eastland EFNL match of the day out at Mullen Reserve for the Victorian Responsible Gambling Foundation. Love the game round. It's a big game between Norwood and Park Orchards. Finals on the line for both these sides, particularly the Wooders, who sit 1 and 5. Matthew Foddy joining the call for the first time this afternoon after Brett Beston, Scott Hardy and Ryan Long carried us through the pre-game, talking Marty Pask and Dennis Armfield. So if you are interested in that, you can go back, of course, on YouTube and scroll back through your little feed there, your timeline, or you can just tune in again tomorrow. But Brian, Will, Faulkner as well is joining for the first time today. A beautiful day out here. The sun is beaming down, and you two a bit more pasty skin than I, so you've sunscreened up. You must be looking forward to a really exciting clash.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having us, Matt. It's a great day, as you said. Sun shining down, and I think looking forward to what's going to be a very important clash for both teams heading forward into the next month of football.
Yeah, look, I've been in the sun probably for an hour, and I've already probably burnt, so it's probably too late. But I have put some on now, so hopefully it should be right for the rest of the game. But looking forward to it. Obviously, it's a big game for Norwood. To be 1 and 4, I don't think many would have expected that. But speaking to Marty Pass, he's very positive with where they're at the moment, and being able to take out the positives from this start due to the injuries and the health protocols. So they have haven't had a consistent lineup each week, and they've played some really strong sides. So it's a chance for them now to get a win and then maybe be able to string a couple together.
What, in terms of what Marty and Dennis said, what were your main takeaways? Obviously, you just spoke about what Marty was on about, and it is, in terms of their run in, the start to the season, they have played, I think, so they smacked Doncaster in round 1, and then they have gone on to play the current third-place side, the current first-place side, the current fourth-place side, the current fifth-place side. So they've had a fairly tough run. But what about Dennis? How did he approach things? A red-hot start with wins over North Ringwood, and then in round 2 knocking off Baldwin. And then since then, I think they would have definitely... Well, they had a stake in all 3 games. South Croydon, they let get off the leash early and tried to peg them back. But Blackburn and particularly last week against Vermont, I think they would come away thinking they should have won those.
I think it's a similar thing that, he did speak about they expected it to be at least 3 and 2 or 4 and 1. That they really well and truly in those games, especially last week. Inaccuracy probably cost them in the end. But he was pretty positive about the way they've adapted to Premier Division. He spoke about how obviously Division 1 you get those 1 or 2 games where you can not ease off, but it's an easier day. Out here in Premier Division, there's not a single side that you can really afford to slack off against, even your North Ringwoods, your Berricks or whoever. So it's a much different in that. But in terms of game style, they've pretty much gone ahead with what they're doing last year, and taken that into this. And they're a scoring side. They've got plenty of options. They don't necessarily have they don't go to a key forward every time. They get a lot of goals, from their midfielders or out the back. So they do find their goals from different places, and I think that's something you would expect to see today again.
Will, what about you, mate? You're not quite as across things as Ryan are. Obviously, he's got a bit more history in the competition. But what's your vibe on the Premier Division as a whole, and what can we expect from today's game?
Very strong division, as we all know. I think with Norwood, it's a really important game. The next month is certainly a lot easier than what they've had the first 5 games. The coaches and the players probably don't want to admit that and say that publicly, but I think going forward, this is going to kickstart, hopefully, a successful campaign for them. It's never easy coming back from 1-4, but as I said, all very winnable games the next 4 games. They really tested Rowville, only losing to them by 2 points, and then obviously Vermont. Just recently, they gave up what was a 29-point lead, I think, at three-quarter time.
Yeah, and also I think that was the first 7 goals of the game.
Yeah.
So obviously, and Marty mentioned the injuries that they had that day, but still to be 7 goals up, you'd like to think you'd be able to close the game out. It was very Carlton-esque.
It was, yeah. I think the good teams they really test them, but that was probably a test of their character and see how far they can go. All teams get hit with injuries at times, and I think the great teams are the ones that come out of it. So hopefully they've learnt from that and go positive going forward.
In terms of players to watch today for us, Ryan, for both sides, Park Orchard's wearing they will be wearing their clash strip later on in the seniors, so we're going to have a whole different array of numbers for us to work through. But I think for Norwood, it's definitely their midfield crew. You've got Maloney, Dixon, Pearson. I don't know how much time Pearson will play on ball. He spends a lot of time getting forward as well, kicks a lot of goals. But Maloney's averaging 27.5 disposals a game. He's the number 2 contested ball winner in the comp, number 1 handball getter in the comp, number 2 in clearances. You got Dixon coming from Coburg, VFL, won a couple of BNFs there, was on the radar of your Port Adelaides and your Sydneys a few years back. He's averaging 20 touches. There's a bit more penetration with his play than Maloney. 1.2 goals a game, 5.2 inside 50s, 9th best in the comp, 3.6 score involvements. And then Blake Pearson is averaging about 22 touches, 1.5 goals a game, 4 score involvements, 4.6 inside 50s. As much as Norwood actually aren't the best midfield unit as a collective, they're number 9 for clearances. They've got the star power.
Well, that's interesting. I a bit surprised to see how far down they are in the clearances with such a strong midfield. And if you want to speak about the Vermont game, that first quarter from all reports is their midfield dominated, and that being able to win the centre clearances, be able to lock it in that forward half was able to generate so many scoring options for them. So when it turned around, that's where they started to lose that battle and it put a lot of pressure on their back line, especially without Tweedy down there. So look, I would expect that to be a big thing today, the midfield battle to get on top of, and obviously Park Orchards, a second in the clearances in the league right now, so they're going to be a hard side to beat in the midfield. But it's a battle of the midfielders, and then their forward lines are both unique in different ways, and someone like a Dennis Armfield for Park Orchards can pop up and kick 3 or 4, which is always good for them.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been quite consistent for them this year. Dennis Armfield kicked goals, I think, in every single game so far.
Yeah, he's I think he's number 8 in the comp, or number 7, 12 goals in the game. So as the coach, Willie might be sneaking out the back, getting a few cheapies, but he is a dynamic player.
Absolutely, yeah. The power sits with him. We know that with his AFL career. He's
still an incredible nick too, isn't he, Ryan? Sorry to cut you off there, Will. You might have missed him when he was up for his chat. Incredible physique at the moment as well.
Very, very good for a former AFL player to be keeping that a few years after coming off the list.
You're suggesting a few others might have just sort of let themselves go.
I won't drop names at the moment, but no, we know. Certainly I wanted to. I'm probably in that position if I was ever an AFL player, but I'll keep dreaming. But no, very, very good. It's really good to have someone of his experience, I think, for Park Orchards. Obviously, Andres Everett as well. 2 very successful football players. So good to have experience on the list. And
It sounds like someone's jumping on a mattress right in front of the effects mic, so we apologise for that. Is it the boundary riders walking with a microphone in their pockets? They're going around the ground to the goal line. It's an unnerving noise. It's got quite the rhythm to it, but we'll move on. In terms of Park Orchard style, they play a lot more on the outside, as if you are watching on Facebook and YouTube. There is Scott Hardy and Brett Beston. They don't have their headsets on, so they won't know that they were just interrupting us. They play a bit more of an outside game, and Matthew George is an interesting player. He gets 19 kicks per game. Kicks, not kicks in the colloquial, I had 20 kicks. He actually gets 19 kicks per game, and that's the 8th best in the comp. Takes 7 marks, 5 rebound 50s, and 2 intercept marks. I think he's someone that gives them a lot of drive off that wing half-back position and really kickstarts them, Will.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I haven't seen much of Matthew George play, but when you're looking at those stats, 8 for kicks in the comp and averaging 5 rebound 50s per game, you're probably assuming he's getting a fair few metres gained as well, which is a very important thing across all football, getting territory down your end. So I can only assume that he's doing very, very well and is a key cog for Park Orchards.
Yeah, you're right. And they, if they can generate a lot of run from that sort of half-back out in the wing and go wide, that could be a key thing to look out for today. But it interests me that they certainly love to score, but that first couple of wins in the season, that's when they were able to, really find a lot of goal kickers. I think they were in the hundreds in the first 2 weeks.
And they finished strong, Park Orchards. I think the North Ringwood game, they blew them out of the water in the last quarter.
7 or 8 goals in the last quarter.
In 2 of their losses, particularly the South Croydon and Vermont, they've come home strong at home. So they finish hard. They're a young, fit squad and usually at home. And I'm sure today they get pretty good support too. So it could be interesting as well. Norwood would probably want to be 3-4 goals up at three-quarter time, but you never know, of course.
Where do you see them, Matt?
Park Orchards?
Do you see them as a chance for a finals, or are they just that step behind?
I think the top 6 keeps it a lot more open. I think there will be someone that sneaks into the 6 with a pretty, 50-50 record. But also you look at it now, you look at the top 6 at the moment, Roeville have gone from a good start to a genuine real deal. Yeah. And then you've got, Park Baldwin, I think, at their best, are still the best 2 teams in the comp. And then Vermont and South Croydon, and Donny East, as well, another one in that game going on today is an interesting one. They're the real deal as well. I think I've seen enough of Donny East to think they're the real deal. It's Vermont and South Croydon I'm a bit worried about, the old brigade, that have got enough class and will probably win enough games to be right in the mix, but they're the 2 teams that are vulnerable for your Blackburns, your Norwoods and your Park Orchards to try and strike. And I just worry that, again, this is why this game's so big for me, because a loss to either side, especially Norwood, probably means that even if they were to win 60-70% of their games going home, they're not going to be able to catch those teams. Particularly in the case of Norwood, they've only really got to play South Croydon out of those teams above them and Donny East. So it's an interesting run home, but it's exciting to see that in Premier Division. In terms of Park Orchards, I think deep down they want to make finals, and that's what you want to say. But there'll be a few in the President's Board and so on that'll be happy if they stay up with the youth they've got coming through. The way this club's gone, it was only, I think they had their team of the decade a couple of weeks back, and all the blokes that are playing today are in there. You can get in there off 20 games. So they're such a young burgeoning club. It's only just been over 10 years. To be in the Premier Division already is an amazing effort.
Yeah, exactly. And I think I mentioned it before. I think it's 11 out of the last 13 teams to come up to Premier Division haven't played finals in their first year. So it's not a, it's a very rare thing to happen.
I think the last one would have been Montrose ages ago. They came up, but they also had 4 or 5 ex-AFL players, a bit like your Donny East.
I think Doncaster as well. In
Doncaster, maybe that's a good point.
2017, around there. I think they were the
Again, driven by some ex-AFL talent. So it will be interesting. And as we see there, the umpires on screen wearing the blue. For responsible gambling, I'm not a gambler, Ryan. I don't know if you are. Will, do you have a little bit of a flutter?
No, don't really dabble.
Yeah, good, man. Ryan, speak to us about responsible gambling. It's loving the game. Have you ever yourself, and we've only got a couple of minutes here, but have you ever yourself felt that you might be getting close to the edge, or know someone that's been going close to the edge of maybe taking it too far?
I would say probably. Usually I'm quite responsible, but I do get a bit silly. I put a couple, Richmond finals against Richmond because I look at it. I'll be that happy that if Richmond wins, I don't care if I throw away the money.
You're a bit insane when it comes to the Tigers, aren't you?
Yeah. So I don't recommend doing that. But if you're going to do it responsibly, do it responsibly.
Absolutely. We do want people going to games, Will, and watching the game and supporting their team. For that, you don't want to be supporting individual players or individual scores or certain moments happening, because that's when the enjoyment sort of goes away from sport, especially at community level.
Yeah, absolutely. I think in this day and age as well, where agencies are advertising a lot, it's really important just to remember. And I think rounds like this and bring some insight into it is extra important, probably more than it has been, just with the influx of people watching and people listening. Betting agencies are everywhere, so yeah, very key to remember.
Absolutely. Before we go to our final break here on the Eastland EFNL Match of the Day, what's your tip? Give us a bit of words on this one. It's an incredibly hard one to tip because Norwood have probably got the runs on the board from previous seasons, but their form line is just nowhere near that of Park Orchards, Ryan.
Yeah, look, I'm tipping Norwood at home. I just think they're probably a good enough side to avoid that 1-5 start, and obviously they've still got a few outs, and they've got a really inexperienced players with real more than a handful of players who've played less than 10 games. But I think they've still got enough talent, especially in that midfield, to be able to get over the line today.
Will?
I'm going Norwood as well. I think whilst they're sitting at 1-4, I don't think it's a true indication of where they've been at. They've tested, as we know, they tested Roeville, got close against Vermont. They were injury, hit that game. I think they'll go over the line today.
Yeah, I've got to lean the way of Norwood as well. I came in today thinking everyone would tip Park Orchards and I'd be the devil's advocate, but it turns out that I'm not. I think it will be close. I think both sides will play similar styles. I think Norwood bringing in Dobson they're going to, I think, play Wen deep forward and try to add a bit more spine to their game. In recent weeks, they've sort of been trying to hit the scoreboard with a lot of run and carry on the slingshot. But I think Park Orchards play the same style, so you can't both do that. You can't both have space in your forward line. So it will be interesting to see how that game ebbs and flows. But, yeah, I think you just got to go with Norwood. This is their last chance to learn. You lose this one, and it's a real internal, you almost go to a review stage. So I think there'll be backs against the wall. I'm sure there'll be a lot of emotion played in this one. There's a nice crowd building here. Of course, it is election day. All of us have voted. Yep. We've done that. We didn't get any democracy sausages. I went quite early. But a nice crowd building as everyone drops off their votes and heads to Mullen Reserve, where it's Norwood and Park Orchards for the EFNL Eastland Match of the Day.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
On EFL Saturday, it's time for the match of the round. Let's cross to our team and go local for your footy.
Welcome back to Mullen Reserve here in Norwood, as it's the Norwood Football Club taking on Park Orchards in a big Premier Division clash for Eastland EFNL Match of the Day. Victorian Responsible Gambling Foundation love the game around. Matthew Foddy here with Ryan Long and Will Faulkner as we build up to the first, I was about to say bounce, ball up. I've also joined by Paul Iaconi back in the score centre. Paul, after a week off, mate, you must be looking forward to another week of local footy action. Who's winning this one for you, mate?
Well, it's a good game looking at this, but at home I think Norwood should get the job done.
It's a bit of a clean sweep. Blakey Tennant's in the stats centre. He hasn't got a mic on him, but Paul might hand it over to him. Blakey, what about you, mate? You're an aficionado across all this. You've got your own podcast. You're involved with Eastern Rangers. You'd be all over this game. Who's winning it?
I reckon Norwood. I think
clean sweep.
I'm sorry. I think Norwood too strong. Home deck. Beautiful day. And I think
if Norwood win, they can kickstart their season again. So
Absolutely. Good call, Blakey. I don't know if Besto and Scotty Hardy, have they got their headsets on. Besto, I know Besto won't be tipping Norwood. As we go down to Brett Besson and Scott Hardy for their tips.
I'm incredibly upset with all those tips for Norwood. I'm definitely going. My hat's very firmly on the Park Orchards, but it's it's going to be close. I mean, you wouldn't say it with any confidence, but I just love this Park Orchards team, what they've done. They've come up a division. They've been competitive. They won a couple. Okay, they've lost the last 3, but they haven't lost it by a lot. And with the young talent they've got, and I just think the couple of experienced heads, and I think Park Orchards, for me, just in an upset. Scotty, what do you think?
Yeah, I called Park Orchards as well, so we're trying to even up the numbers. But
and you're scared of Besto. You've got to spend the rest of the day with him.
That is true. But no, I did call that. I think even before the great man. So I said it was going to be close, probably about 8 to 10 points. But what a ripping day for footy.
We certainly hope it's that close. Speaking of, you guys are right down there. It's obviously warm up here on the balcony, but wind, ground conditions, what can you tell us?
Guys, it's absolutely spectacular down here. It really is. It's like I was saying to Scotty as we came around, it's almost like it's sort of an early spring day. It's a little bit on the cool side, but there's not a lot of wind at all. If you look over to the back, you can see the trees are hardly moving. The ground is hard as. And I think it's going to be a fantastic day. I think this is going to be a really open game, and it could be quite high scoring. I think conditions are absolutely perfect down here.
Yeah, well, we hope it's definitely high scoring. And we're being joined for the first time this afternoon by Ben Warren-Smith. Everyone's on their tips, Ben. You've got probably a minute and a half to sort of say hello and give us your thoughts.
Well, good afternoon, Matt. What a beautiful day it is today.
And Lee's got sunscreen as well if you need it.
Yeah, well, my bolt's gone. It might look pretty nasty by the end of the day. And it won't be because of drinking either.
No,
I don't drink
exactly
anymore.
right.
Wrapped to be back out here at Norwood. What a beautiful ground it is to call football from. I'm really looking forward to today's contest, Premier Division at its best. And I think that the Park Orchard side have won the toss and they're kicking to the left of your screen and radio dial.
Downhill.
Away from Eastland.
Yes.
Might be the easiest way to say it.
Or is it to Eastland?
No, it's further away.
Is it? I'm not sure.
Oh, yeah, it's sort of on an angle down there, isn't it?
It's not Mullen Road. They're kicking to the second oval.
Yeah, okay.
What about your tip?
My tip today is I'm going for the home side in Norwood. As much as I have been impressed with Park Orchards' entry into this division, I can't go past the Norsemen at home. And each time I've called a game out here at Mullen, I have seen a Norwood victory, so I'm sticking with it.
And it's a big crowd here. Well, it's
a huge crowd,
you're
actually.
A connoisseur of the EFNL's vocality in their crowds. Blackburn are obviously the front runner when they're on a roll. Where do Norwood and Park Orchards sit? Park Orchards have got a good reputation.
Park Orchards have a fantastic following, a huge following as well, because the junior club gets involved in the senior club so much. So, and they travel as well. Norwood, about run of the mill as far as fans go.
They just fluctuate with the team results.
I'm hoping to see Brad Henderson stick his head over the back fence today as well.
I think Hendo will be listening on Eastern FM 98.1. I'm sure he can maybe clock off early and pop over. We might see him on our way out as he's rolling in home. As all in readiness here. It is a beautiful day. That Australian flag flying next to me on the left. It's obviously we'll know more about the future of that nation and that flag in the coming hours. But at the moment, we're only concerned with Norwood and Park Orchards. A clash jumper for Park Orchards. So if anyone at home or listening has printed out a team sheet to try and follow along, it has changed wildly. But it is probably good for us, isn't it, Ryan, that they are wearing the different colours because the reserves game was pretty close.
Watching the reserves, it would have been hard to call.
Absolutely. So we're almost ready to go here at Mullen Reserve. A big clash. Park Orchards 2 and 3, Nord 1 and 4. Losers probably out, and the winner keeps their hopes alive for 2022 in the Premier Division. Daniel Beard holds the ball off and we're away. Dobson on debut, got the hit out down, but Prozenak for Park Orchards gave it to Blakey. And they go wide to half forward. Tristan Tweedy back in the side, does well with Hickey for company. And then a great tackle laid there by Corey Quinvillian. And Nord will get the free kick. And immediately the reigning Chandler medalist, Blake Pearson, gives the handle off to Dixon. Dixon inside forward 50, wins the target, might get over the back. And I think the mark's taken, play on Patterson over the top to Bennell. And Jamie Bennell kicks the first of the day almost immediately. Nord get the first.
Very important. And look, at the transition from half-back was really impressive. And it's good to see Bennell kick an early one. He kicked 7 in that first game against Doncaster, but he's been held quietly since then. But he's the kind of guy he can only have maybe 8 or 9 possessions but make a real impact.
Absolutely. And what did you think about that there, Will? If that's the way it's going to be played for the next 2 hours, I'm looking forward to it.
Coast to coast, Matt. Love to see it. Very, very good transition. Got it in quick. I think that's what you want as a forward. Just get it in quick, get the defenders off guard, and that's exactly what Norwood did. First on the board.
Absolutely. Daniel Potts was the one getting the goal assist there. Dobson, been impressive early starters. Pearson to Maloney. The ball hog. Low ball inside forward 50. Poor use. Intercept mark taken there. So they'll go short out of defence. Park, it's a horrible kick, but it might work out in the end. Whitnish, Jay, gave it off to Evan Smead. He gave it wider. Price Inglis, and then he goes out wide. Looks to be Mason Blakely. Give it back to Price Inglis. We're in the number 5, not the number 32 this week. Down towards Hickey. Kicks 6 in the opening round. Takes the mark. Half forward flank. A bit like Burnell. Started red hot, Connor Hickey, and has quietened down as the season's gone on. No forwards really inside the 30. Lockie Dixon sitting in the hole back there by himself. So they go wider. The Sharks. Just absolutely no one in the goal square. Go long. Everett's this target. Floating back. Good spoil. Coming across there from Dan Young, wearing the 32. And the ball goes over the line for a boundary thrown deep in the Park Orchards forward line. They trail Norwood 1 straight 6, and Park Orchards yet to score.
Keep the scores coming through this afternoon via our social media networks. As you go local for your football. Going up in the ruck that time was the big ruckman in Keppel. Free kick to Norwood, though. It'd be Pearson. Switch it across. It's a dangerous kick, but getting down low and taking a mark there was Atkins. On the left boot. Just pops it up, really, in a one-on-one contest in shoes. Little handball over the top. Now it'll be a chance now for the Sharks. I don't mind this red jumper.
I like it.
Well, it looks good. Kick goes up towards centre half forward. The pack flies at the fall. The ball was Keppel. The big man snaps it around the body, kicks it right about 30 metres out from goal. It was a 2-on-1 situation. The first player out there is going to be Armfield. Got it out towards his teammate in in Magnano. It's going to take a little while to get used to these numbers as they make themselves through Prozenak. Got it out. He'll go for the 1-2 here that time. Sorry, it was Tweedy. And now goes up, and a good mark has been taken there by Hudson.
Hudson brings it inboard to Dobson on debut. Been impressive. Gave it off to Dixon. Like the footy in his hands. As I say that, though, absolute moz. Did not spin once, and the Sharks are away through the corridor. Kick just got to its intended target in the end. They'll work it around and go to centre forward. Bit of a foot race, which might suit the small forward here of Hickey. Taps it out in front of himself. Still got company there in Young. Young does really well. Hickey rated his chances there. Young's wrapped him up. Ended up with the footy. Stripped him rugby league style. Gather. There was from Kemp. Gave it off to Blake Pearson. Good early start from him. And there'll be a free kick downfield for a shove. It's going to go. Dan Beard's giving the free kick. I don't think Hayden Patterson knows it's his. In the end, Dixon takes it and chips it over to Patterson, who marks just forward to centre wing. He's got a runner going past. This time it's Michael Pearson. Burnell's the deepest forward. It'll go further than that towards Blake Pearson out the back. Can he get up? Ball out the back. Burnell in hot pursuit, but it's rushed over the line for a behind by the man wearing a number that I cannot find. But nonetheless, Norwood 1-1-7. Park Orchard yet to score. We've gone 4 and a bit minutes here in the first quarter.
So the Sharks, it was a shocking kick. So it's really dangerous, and Norwood might be able to get a chance to go back towards the goals, but they're going to link up okay here, the Sharks. Kick goes out towards the wing position. Mark has been taken out there by Whitnish. Going to pop it over the top now. It was a neat kick, and it was a good one. So Mark's been taken now by Price Inglis and thumps the ball inside forward 50, but getting back and taking a strong mark was Dan Young. And now they'll use the far side of the ground through Bassetto. Mark's been taken out there by Dobson. He's got a short option on. He uses it. Nicely done. Norwood in bits and pieces now. Along the wing position, handball over the top. They've linked up okay here as the ball's in the arms of Feltham. On the right boot, drives it forward. It's a good kick too. Inside forward, 50 out in front. Jamie Burnell takes it. Is he too far out to score? He's going to just pop it towards the top of the goal square. It was a scrambly old kick. He's made his teammate work really hard for that, but mopping up the pieces nicely there. That time was Price Inglis. And now through the arms of his teammate in Smead. Thumps the ball out of that danger zone. It's across the half-forward line. Good forward pressure there by the Norseman, but equal to the task there with the Sharks as the kick goes out towards the wing position. As it goes inside forward 50 now or thereabouts. Little handball over the top. And the big ruckman Keppel is going to be brought to ground, you would have thought. Good strong tackle there by Dixon. And we will have a ball up about 65 metres out from the Norwood goal line.
Big moment here for the Wooders. Need to get the hot start. Dobson been impressive. Armfield gathered. Handball off to the runner. Haythorne. Low ball. Prosnak dropped what he should have taken on centre wing, but recovered quickly. Gave a handball to someone bursting past there. Goal. And the Wooders will take that. Another stoppage on centre wing. Ryan, what do you see so far, mate?
Norwood looked pretty good coming off the half-back so far. They seem to be able to find a lot of space. They've got a lot of runners. They're looking to play on as soon as they get it.
Kapanki went up. Park Orchards won it down. Feltham of the Dylan variety around that footy, and we'll have another stoppage. Will, similar
outlook, yeah, absolutely. It's a lot of kick mark football. It's been quite controlled going to both ends, and then at the forward 50 either side, that's sort of where it's been turned over. So that one will kick inside 50, I think.
Trying to break through that tackle there was Maloney of Norwood, and in the end it works out for the Sharks. Edwards, Gall, Cridland, inside forward 50, backing back. Well done by Dylan Atkins, but Connor Hickey, he loves a goal. Handball over the top. Is that Prozenak, the skipper, tucked in on the boundary line, pokes it towards goal, and Dan Young takes a goal-saving tackle. Mark on the goal line in front there of Jay Whitnish, and he gets his kick out wide. It's a wobbler, but it finds its way to James Feltham.
So Feltham, scrambling kick. Wasn't pretty, but got the numbers, the Norsemen. Linking up okay there. Maloney got it across into the middle of the ground. They work themselves, and we'll switch back to the grandstand side. Getting underneath it and almost receiving a free kick was West, who took off with the advantage and then got pinged holding the ball. So great tackle there by the skipper, or the coach, I should say. No, it wasn't. As a kick goes out wide to Magnato. I'm going to put these in order in a minute. As the kick goes wide out towards the dugouts now. There's almost a mark taken by Kapanki on the right boot. Squeezed to kick out. It's okay. Spots up his teammate in Haythorne, who kicked it out wide. Well done there by Edwards just to break the tackle, and then he had the time and he thumped it up towards the half-forward line, and the mark has been taken as well. So they're 2 kicks from home, Park Orchard side. The kick goes forward now through Whitnish. It was a scrambly one, but they're going to have the numbers, though. Linking up well, the kick handball over the top there by Hickey, trying to find his teammate out there in Hartnett. Going after it and almost giving him away a free kick for pushing the back, but the umpire said it was fair, and we'll have a ball up. 25 out from the Park Orchards goal line, who are currently trailing this game by 7 points. They haven't scored yet. 1-1-7 Norwood. Park Orchards yet to score.
So, yeah, it's a frantic game at the moment. No one's really got control. Keppel, huge leap. Got it forward, but it's away. Dixon, or might have been Maloney, he'll get it back. He loves the footy, Tom Maloney. Former Box Hill Hawk goes down the line to Wen, who's stationed up forward today. Matthew George, though, got the crumb for the Sharks. Short ball to centre half forward. Mason Blakey. He wants some movement. Prozenak's free in the left forward pocket, but it looks like Blakey's going to have a ping. And he's been another impressive player this season for the Sharks. 26.2 disposals. Kicks. Don't know if he's a goal kicker, Ryan, but he's backing himself in here. He's back at the centre circles lining up for this one. Mason Blakey. Sharks yet to score, been 9 minutes. He's going to kick from inside the centre square. Surely hasn't got the journey. Looks pretty good off the boot. Will it be touched on the line? Huge fly. Might have been a mark. Come down the umpire. Through for a rush behind. Fair effort from Blakey. The Sharks get their first score of the day. They're one behind.
Boundary.
Norwood 1-1-7 as we go down to Brett Beston on the boundary.
Yeah, probably it was a long kick, but there is absolutely no wind down here, boys. So I think you'd give him every chance to probably kick it and under normal circumstances.
Well, he's very versatile, isn't he, Besto? He can do it all. There's the kick now out of that half back line. They're letting themselves down with a bit of disposal, both sides early in this game.
We've got a score over in the score centre with Paul.
In Premier Division, Rowville lead 2 straight 12 over Doncaster East, 1 straight 6. And in Division 1, Mitcham lead 3 straight 18 over Croydon, 1 behind.
Thank you very much. As the kick that time there by Young goes up towards the wing position. Now they're going to link up. Little handball away. That's okay. In the arms now of West. Got it over the top there to Patterson. Just squeezed himself up. It was a beautiful kick. And it was kicked into space where Feltham could just go on with it and slam it through. And Norwood have their second coast-to-coast football on the fast side of Mullen Reserve. And the home side, they lead it by 2 goals here. 2-1-13 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Park Orchards 1 behind.
They just look a little bit more dangerous going forward. They seem to be able to have some targets that are a bit more, have got a bit more space around them, and as you saw there. And they're just really quick, and they want to play on as soon as they get the ball. So it's a really good start for Norwood. As we said, they need to get out of the blocks well.
Yeah, absolutely, Will.
And a very high kick to handball ratio so far. Not a lot of handballing means definitely shows how free-flowing and open this game is.
And it's something I think they will have worked on the Norwood side, because they weren't doing that in the opening few rounds. No. They would have been over-possessing it. So it'll be good to see from Marty Pass' point of view. Dobson been really impressive on debut. Didn't win that hit out against Kapanki, but the Sharks will get the clearance through the number 25, Wilson, inside forward 50. Can they get something from it? It's a very small forward line, Park Orchards. Busetto coming through. Wasn't Busetto, apologies.
We did
bottom of that pack.
We did say at the start of the
Liam
day, the number 2 clearance side, Park Orchards. And
Daly.
they've started off all right with...
Daly coming off with blood rule. Carry on.
They started all right in the clearances. It's just been their Norwood's back 50 that they've been really held up really strong so far and been able to transition the ball well.
Yeah, they're using the corridor well as well. The Wooders, some hard running. Although with the conditions today, people might run out of a little bit of gas here. Just with the way it is, as we wait for Liam Daly's replacement. Ball up, 40 metres out from the Sharks' goal. They're one behind. They trail by 2 goals. Norwood 2-13. We've gone 12 minutes here in the first quarter. Keppel has got an enormous leap. Wins the hit out down, and we'll have a repeat stoppage. Just have a look at this leap from Kane Keppel at this next stoppage. Enormous. He'll go again. Does well. It might fall into the path of Wilson if he can pick it up. He can't. Coming through was Livingston. And Norwood, plenty of numbers around this footy to lock it up. Can they work their way out with handballs? Blair Hudson got one up in the air. Young was there. Andreas Everett got his handball back. Hemmed in on the boundary line there is Jake Edwards. Pokes it towards the top of the square. Tweedy back in the side today. Got his spoil into it. And the Sharks will take that. Tweedy probably could have marked it, couldn't he, Ryan?
Yeah, he could have. And look, you let it go after not being able to take a mark there. But looking at Keppel, 19 plus more hit out advantages last week against Vermont. He's a real key figure for them.
That's enormous. Great stats work there, Ryan. Fantastic work, mate. Good to see. So what can they conjure here? Everett went up this time. Slapped it forward. It's in a dangerous spot, but well done. Tweedy slapped it towards Atkins. Couldn't pick it up. Coming through, Prudy, handball to Whitnish. Jay, zigzags, goes on the left foot snap. It's 1 against 5, but the 1 wins. Everett took the mark at the top of the square. Marty Pask will not be happy with that. They had all the numbers, Norwood, and Everett can go back and kick from point-blank range to get the Sharks there first of the day.
Interesting wearing the long sleeves.
Yeah, I think it'd just be a force of habit sort of thing, I would assume.
I love it.
From Andreas. Not the day for it, although when I woke up it was cold.
Yeah,
Everett comes in, conventional shot, puts it through the middle. Sharks get there first. Will, thoughts on that little piece of play there?
Really good. Tweedy held down the defence quite well for Norwood, but I think it was all too much. Just they were well set up behind the ball, and Everett reaped the rewards.
We're going to go to Paul, in the score centre first, then we'll go down to the boundary.
In Division 2, the Basin lead 3-2-20 over East Burwood 2-1-13.
Thank you, Paul. Pesto or Scott?
Just an update on Liam Kidd, boys. He's still got the big towel around his head or holding a towel to his head. There's a bit of claret around there, so hopefully, I'm not sure if he's going to need stitches or not, but we'll keep an eye on him. But at the moment, he's still off the ground.
Liam Daly, I'm sure Liam Kidd would love to be playing Premier Division with his South Belgrave Saints, but thanks for that, Pesto.
Probably up to the standard too,
Absolutely.
to be honest. As the Rucks go out at this time, it'll be a chance through the arms there of Jordan, who got stripped to the pill, but they'll get the ball and they'll drive it out towards the grandstand side here. A one-on-one contest. Who's going to win this one? A little toe poke. Had some support overrunning the football that time was Whitnish, but squeezed one back in. That was okay. Might get to the 1-2 here. The knock on here, he goes off the ground. Whitnish on the left boot, up towards centre half forward. Who's it going to sit up for the Sharks? Bounce favourably. It is. Handball over the top. Here's Prozenak. Back to Whitnish. That's 3 kicks in a matter of moments. As he goes inside forward 50, Everett's out in front again, and the big man will go back and have a ping for his second in a matter of minutes.
Yeah, really strong start. Just being able to get their kicks inside 50, being able to hit a few more targets and being able to set up a couple set shots, which is probably what they were lacking in that first 5 to 10 minutes.
Just got out on the lead early there and got the Dukes out. There's good spotting from the kick-up.
We're right behind him here. He's got to start at left and let the wind do the rest, if you do not mind. Straight over the goal umpire's head, that goes. And just like that, scores are level out here as we cross the 15-minute mark of the first term. 2-1-13 apiece.
Yeah,
Paul, scores?
In Division 3, Coldstream lead 2-1-13 over Waverley Blues 1-8. Warrandyte lead 4-3-27 over Scoresby 1 behind, and Donvale lead 1-3-9 over Ferntree Gully 1 behind.
Thank you, Paul.
They've been strong in the centre clearances so far, Park Orchard's been able to get, obviously Norwood, guys like Maloney and Dixon have had plenty of the ball, but just in the centre they've been able to get most of the centre clearances.
So Kapanki won't get won it down. And it looks like Wilson got the clearing kick. It's all Wooders at half-back. Stepping back into trouble is Hudson. Ran into Livingston. Might have dropped it. Umpire said play on. Keppel under pressure. Slapped it out into space. Goal is there. It's a hot footy. Blair Hudson in the end for the Wooders. Gets a scrubby one down the line. Kapanki's behind it. Coming through his Potts, and then Blake Pearson put pressure on the handball. Gave it off there to Bryce Inglis, and he's wrapped up. We're back in the centre circles. Just needed to see Rhett Jordan, that centre bounce, move straight into a sweeper roll and allowed Maloney to be that ball magnet. As we go again, Dobson looking to tire as Kapanki getting on top. Blakey, Whitnish, who's been impressive. Great smother coming through there from Kemp. Rhett Jordan on the footy now. Gave the handball to Pearson to Maloney, who missed his footy with that foot with the football the first time, then socketed it off the ground to half forward. Bit of confusion. Jordan goes off the ground and kicked it straight into the head of goal there, or Cridland. And then Haythorne came through under pressure. Price Inglis at centre half back, poking ball, looking for Whitnish. It'll end up in the hands of Gall in the centre circles. Worked out okay for the Sharks, and they switch. Blakey getting plenty of it. Takes a bounce. Could take another, but goes with a low ball in the Everett direction. Couldn't get there on the full. Hickey dangerous. Busetto got the job on him. Got the handball off to Pearson Michael. And they zigzag out there. Quinlivan takes it over the line for a boundary throw-in. Paul, scores?
In Division 4, Croydon North lead 2-1-13 over Surrey Park 1-8.
Tell you what, my Kangaroos, Ryan, they're getting better and better every week.
A lot, haven't you?
Getting better and better every week, the Kangaroos. Thrown in, Livingston, front spot, took it out of the ruck and then bicycle kicked it over his head to a fairly dangerous spot. One on by Busetto, got the fist on it. Dan Young, who's been good down there as well, got a handball. It's a dangerous spot, though, for Norwood to turn it over. They might have here. Great tackle from Hudson. Then Hickey, as he's falling away, kick towards goal, but Atkins was calm under pressure. And then gives it to Blake Pearson in the back pockets. This game's starting to even out. Looks an enthralling clash at the moment as Pearson goes back to Atkins. He's got Tweedy, and he will bite off that kick. It's a good kick. Tweedy marks, half-back flank. A big inclusion for Norwood today. He's been good so far as well.
Very good so far.
Down the line, Dixon had a look. Went up for the mark. Kapanki came hard. Dixon kept his feet. Blakey led the race back to the footy. Great tackle from Kemp. So Dixon got the turnover. Handball to Jordan. Jordan had Dixon keep running, but pokes it out in front of him. Wen was down there as well. Park Orchard should get there first. And he's taking over the line there. He's the deep defender, Ryan Young. So inside Norwood's forward 50 the first time in a while. Ryan.
Yeah.
Boundary.
As we go to the boundary with Brett Beston.
Yeah, just an update, boys. You'll see if you look down that Liam Daly is coming back onto the ground. He's got his head all bandaged up, but good to go.
So Wen won the hit out. Magnano was around it. He'll get it back from Wilson, will he? No, Wilson goes wider to Smead, under pressure from Bernal. Handball over the top. Whitnish, Jay, been really impressive early. Takes on the Norwood defenders. And then really poor execution with that kick. Goes out of bounds on the full. Blakey Tennant, you got any stats for us, mate? Anything of note?
Yeah, sorry, Bliss. Park Orchard's really dominating the stat sheet. They've got about 6 clearances already, 7 inside 50s and 3 tackles. You can definitely tell they're coming back into the game, which is good to see for the Park Orchards. Back to you.
Thanks, Blakey. Prozanak, the beneficiary of that contest. Blakey again. Hudson for Norwood takes intercept mark in front of Andreas Everett, who's kicked the only 2 Park Orchards goals for the day. So defence is starting to get a little bit more on top. It's a bit of a game of chess as you look out over Mullen Reserve, isn't it, Will?
Absolutely. The setup behind the ball going forward for Park Orchard is quite interesting. Very, very spread. Norwood seems to be a little more clustered.
West goes backwards. Matty, you turned me off, mate. As the short pass is on. It's Atkins. Well, he's coughed it up right at the top of the goal square here. They're just going to mop this one up, Park Orchards. Well, you don't want to make those type of mistakes too often, do you? As Lachlan Gall kicks his first, and it was as easy as you like on the left. Cutting across goal, guys, you just can't do that if you're going to. You have to hit the target.
Yeah, well, as good as Norwood's defence has been so far, the pressure has really ramped up from Park Orchards, and that was probably just a bit of a didn't look clear enough, and just had went to switch the ball, and a big turnover. It's a costly place to be making that sort of mistake.
They've done all the scoring in the last 5 to 8 minutes. They've been dominating play after trailing by the very score that Norwood's still on, which is 2-1-13 on the Bendigo Bank score. But they're trailing by 1 goal. Park Orchard's 3-1-19.
Back in the middle.
This is where it's all started in the centre clearances. I think they've won almost every centre clearance so far.
Yeah, other than maybe the first of the game. So Dobson again on debut. Looks like he's tiring a little bit. So is Kapanki, to be fair. Maloney, Dixon, the big guns for Norwood getting their hands on it. His little scrubber will get its way out to Feltham. He'll just mongrel one inside forward 50. Bennell's got a one-on-one. Big Michael Wen comes at it. Brought it to ground. Smead did well. Got the job on the ex-Melbourne and West Coast player, JB Bennell. And then getting up high. Norwood should win this out. West got the handball to Dixon. He's having a ping at goal, and it was never on target from the right half of the flank. I think that even clipped the post. But it'll go through for a behind. He can kick those, Lockie Dixon. So he would have rated himself there, but Norwood's first score for a while there, 2-2-14. Park Orchard's 3-1-19. 21 and a half minutes gone in this first term.
Magnano just takes off a little bit here, and then a short pass is on. It was a risky one. He was looking for his teammate out there in Hartnett. Had enough time in the end, so the Sharks out of that danger zone. Kick goes out towards the wing position. At the back there was Maloney for the Norseman. He's going to use the corridor if he can, or thereabouts. He squared up nicely there. Through the guts they'll go now. Short passes on. That was well done by Adkins. They're going to link up. Little handball that time there by Kennedy. Here they go. It's the shortest way home to go straight down the middle as the kick goes towards the full pocket. Can it be kept alive there by Manel? It cannot. The paint wins. And we'll have a boundary throw in left forward pocket.
Just quickly, guys, the Andre Everett, he's really isolated behind the ball, probably the most he has been all game. It looks to be a clear plan from Park Orchards.
Who's got the job on him? That's the thing. I think he's hit 2 so far as well.
Kapanke will go up against Kennedy. There's a shallow throw-in. I said it was okay. Charging through that time there and then getting it away to Patterson. In the middle, they'll go the Sharks. The pressure's on, but they've been able to break free. Nicely done there. This time goes forward by Hartnett. And he's coughed it up, though, and Norwood through the arms there of Dan Young, goes out wide. He linked up beautifully there with Daly, whose kick was pretty grubber. Tweedy had to work really hard for it, and then eventually it's been coughed up, but then he was good enough to get back, put the pressure on and win the football again. So here's a chance now for Norwood. Here's Daly on the left boot. He just banged it in. He looked like a primary schooler playing on the left foot then as it goes across. Little handball linking up nicely. Magnano. Geez, it's not pretty at the moment. It's kick to kick virtually. Spinning on a throw up there was Dixon. Got it out towards West. He couldn't quite trap the football. A big bear hug over the top. We'll see the ball bounced. But I tell you what, Matt, take over and spark this one up.
Dixon reminded me of Jared Brennan there. He just had the one juke on the footy. And here he is again. Little left foot ball's clever to Blake Pearson. And then Dixon goes and grabs it again. Says, I'll do it on my own. There is the Jared Brennan one juke. He's gone the check side, but it's out of bounds on the full. That's pretty much a summary of the game, isn't it? 75% of it is really hot, and then the rest of it, the final product, is lacking as we go to Paul in the score centre.
In Premier Division, Rowville lead 3-2-20 over Doncaster East 2-3-15.
Top of the table clash there. Huge game. Rowville could go 6-0. Donny East could jump into top spot. As the Sharks find Ryan Young at centre back. He plays on immediately. Unconventional kicking style, but it's down towards Prozanak, who's got the one-on-one. Beautiful work from Michael Pearson there. One juke in the one-on-one contest against the team of the decade captain for Park Orchards. Took the mark and came out wide and found James Feltham, who marked in front of Armfield. He go down the line. Rhett Jordan, big fly. Couldn't bring it down. I think that's a realistic attempt. I think Rhett Jordan's got a fair case there.
Let's touch his glove.
He didn't use his hands at all. There was no push in the back, but nonetheless, Matt George, free kick. Gets one of those kicks. He's averaging 19 a game, as we said on pre-game. To Prozanak. Short to Keppel, the man with the giant leap. Just forward to centre wing, plays on. Everett's got a one-on-one down there with Dan Young. It's a good kick towards Everett. Young's all over him. Ball hits the deck out of the back. Armfield loves this situation. Young did well. Handball was sloppy, though. Harnett can't pick the footy up. Usetto wrapped up in a tackle. And they'll take that stalemate, Norwood. Ball up, top of the square for the Sharks. 25 minutes gone. They lead by 5 points. If they get another one, Norwood will be so disappointed given their early dominance. Hit out, coming through was Wilson. Dixon took it and he's wrapped up immediately. In the tackle by Prozanak.
Just that forward pressure, isn't it?
100%.
So we'll go again. Norwood need a clearing kick. Park Orchards want a goal. Everett down. Keppel around it. Tweedy. Handball out wide to Rhett Jordan. Handball over the top. He's got a couple of runners. Will it sit for them? Armfield, good pressure. And we roll it out of bounds. Randy throwing half-forward flank for the Sharks. They lead by 5 points. Paul in the score centre.
In Division 1, Mitcham lead 3-3-21 over Croydon, 1 behind. And in Division 2, the Basin lead 6-4-40 over East Burwood 3-1-19. And Mulgrave lead...
Has the East Burwood bubble burst, Paul?
Yeah, by the looks of things.
And that Mulgrave score?
Mulgrave lead 4-2-26 over Knox 2-1-13.
Well, Norwood have brought it out to the outer side. They've done it beautifully, and they're out here. If Daly can get the footy first, he slaps it ahead with the bandage on Joel Selwood style, and then ran back into the tackle of Evan Smead, and the umpire says, throw it in.
Well, they've looked the most dangerous coming off the halfback.
Well,
on
exactly
the wings.
right. They almost want Park Orchard to win their clearance, but they need Atkins and Tweedy, who have been impressive, and Dan Young so far. Their back six cannot be faulted so far, Norwood. They've been under immense pressure for the last 20 minutes. So Blakey, who's had a lot of the footy, got his handball away. A kick down the line for the Sharks. Will work out as Jay Witness. Mason Witness got that last possession. But nonetheless, it's quarter time here at Mullum Reserve. Norwood 2-2-14, thanks to Jamie Bennell and Dylan Feltham. Trail Park Orchards 3-1-19, where Andreas Everett kicked 2 and Lachlan Gall kicked 1. We'll go to a break here on Eastland EFNL Match of the Day. When we come back, it's the second quarter from Mullum as it's
Today
Norwood and
at
Park
Eastland,
Orchards.
Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
On AFL Saturday, it's time for the match of the round. Let's cross to our team and go local for your footy.
Welcome back to Mullum Reserve, Eastland EFNL Match of the Day. Victorian Responsible Gambling Foundation love the game round. It's Norwood 2-2-14, trailing Park Orchards 3-1-19 as we go to Blakey Tennant with the stats.
Okay, Park Orchards had a really good quarter with the clearances, had 6-5, so they kind of had the dominance early there. The massive thing here for that quarter was the inside 50s. They absolutely killed Norwood. They had 9-5 in the inside 50s there, and obviously they couldn't get it on the scoreboard, which is pretty ordinary, you would say. The tackles as well was pretty neck and neck between there. I had Park Orchard with 5 tackles to 6, so even contest here. Looking forward to the next quarter coming up. Back to you.
Thank you, Blakey. Ryan, Will, what have you got for us?
Well, I think, he summed it up very well with the inside 50s and the clearances. They've just been able to get the ball down there. But to Norwood's credit, their defences hold up really well. When you've got guys like Tweedy down there, Dan Young's, a very athletic player. He's had Andre Everett, despite him kicking 2, he won a few contests one-on-one. So they get a lot of run from the half-back line as well. So that they set up quite well, but they are under pressure. So they are going to need to be winning those centre clearances and just, give a bit of give the back line a bit of a
chop out.
A bit of a hand out.
What about you, Will?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the clear plan with Park Orchards at the moment is isolate Everett. He's had a really good first quarter. They'll be looking to keep sticking to what's working. And then for Norwood, they seem to be one kick away. At the start, they were probably the ones that were entering inside 50 deeper first, and that's all just flipped the switch all of a sudden. Now it's Park Orchards doing that. So I think, they've been rebounding 50 really, really well, Norwood, but just not getting that deep kick inside 50 that they want.
Paul, have you got some scores for us, mate, over there in the score centre at quarter time, or do you want to wait a little bit?
Yeah, I've got some scores.
Hit them with us.
In Premier Division, Noble Park lead 3-4.
Boundary boys.
Sorry there, Paul. We're going to go to boundary line.
G'day, boys. I'm just waiting for actually. Marty's just having a quick drink, so I'll grab him when he's finished his drink. But his message, basically, we'll get it from him in just a moment when he turns around.
Beautiful radio, this, Besto.
Sorry, no, I thought he was coming my way, but he's not. I'll come back to you, mate.
Okay, thank you, Besto. Back to you, Paul.
Noble Park lead 3-4-22 over Blackburn 2-2-14. Doncaster lead 4-2-26 over South Croydon 3-1-19.
Hold there, Paul. We're going to go boundary side now with Brett
Sorry,
Beston.
boys. I've definitely got him this time. Marty, interesting first quarter. I mean, you started off well, but you just lost a bit of ground there towards the sort of the second part of the quarter.
Yeah, it was just our turnover going into the forward 50. I thought it came out too easily. Our mids got caught too high, as did our forwards, and obviously they picked us apart and fed pretty well.
I think you're going to send Blake forward to try and get to a little bit of dominance at ground level. You were talking about that, something you need to work on?
Yeah, absolutely. There's that one area that we think that if we can win it in our forward half and obviously lock it in there, then that doesn't obviously feed the beast and they get us on turnover.
And just looking to be a little bit stronger at contested possessions?
Absolutely. They got us in that first quarter. Credit to them with the contested possession, so we definitely want to spike in that area.
Good stuff. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, Besto. A couple more scores quickly, Paul, before the first ball up of the second quarter.
Doncaster lead 4-2-26 over South Croydon 3-1-19, and Doncaster East lead 3-3-21 over Rowville 3-2-20.
Wow, some couple of big results there in Premier Division, especially Doncaster leading, Ryan. Maybe the Sharks have turned over a new leaf.
You said, once they get a win, sometimes they can string a few on, which they did last year as well.
Absolutely. So we're up in the middle of the ground again. Kapanki went up for Park Orchards against Dobson. Dixon ends up with the footy thanks to Rhett Jordan and goes inside forward 50. It's a penetrating ball. Blake Pearson's down there, as mentioned by Marty Pass, to try and find the goals. Maloney came through. Great attack on the footy. Wants Dixon there. Got it eventually to him. Dixon steps in and out of traffic. And then Ryan Young intercepted for the Sharks. Blakey gathered. Kicked out wide. Goal. Who kicked that third goal for them. Dixon's still down at centre half back. We'll get Besto and Scotty to keep an eye on that. And the kick. And the Sharks are away. Hartnett grabs it. Ducked into a tackle. Couldn't get past the second one. Gave it back to Blakey. They're lining up in the centre corridor. The kick is to space. Price Inglis. He's got plenty of time. Can he pick it up eventually? Does. Handball over the top to Jay Whitnish. Time, space, short ball, target. Missed him. Everett gathers it. Under pressure from Atkins, and there's going to be a free kick for a push. Sorry, it wasn't Atkins. Quinlivan and Andreas Everett can go back and line up from 25 metres out in a 45-degree angle for his third.
He was in front, just pretty able to put his head over the ball, and just in the end, it was probably a bit of a silly free kick to give away.
Jay Whitney should be disappointed with his ball inside 450. So much time and space. He probably almost could have run and had a shot himself, to be honest.
Well, they had a lot of space on this wing.
They did. Price Inglis's decision to let it bounce so many times almost cost them. As Everett comes in, kick horrible off the boot, just sneaks in from behind. So a bit of a let-off. Park Orchards 3-2-20. They lead by a goal 2-2-14 Norwood. We go down to Scott Hardy.
Yeah, thanks, boys. Just at quarter time from Park Orchards. Very happy with how it's playing out this far. Dennis spoke to the group, saying to take the game on, continue taking the game on, run and carry, and look for hands on lateral. So, look, they're going to keep applying that pressure. They feel like they've got the run, and we'll see how the second quarter goes.
So the kick came to the half-back flank for the Wooders. Whitnish was able to get the crumb. Busetto, though, now will steady them. Gave the handball off. Daly, he's changed his headband. He's gone with the black number for the second term.
Neutral.
And he goes short. Well, it fits him with the uniform, doesn't it? And he goes short to Potts. He got the first goal assist of the day. Down the line, big fly was there from Kennedy. Couldn't bring it down as we go down to Besto.
Sorry, boys, just a quick update on Lockie Dixon. He's fine and he's back out there.
Thank you, Besto. So Smead, deep in defence for the Sharks, goes out wide. You can see the switch they're trying to pull off here. Gall Down the line to Blakey. He has been everywhere. He's got an option inboard and he uses it. Young. Ryan. He doesn't like kicking, Ryan, or they don't like him kicking. Gives it to Matt George. That man they do love kicking, as we've mentioned. Nice switch. Cridland. Had a target leading up at him. Gives the handball to Smead. It's not a great handball, but Michael Wen doesn't look like he's going to chase down Evan Smead anytime soon. Goes with a poking ball inboard. Bennell cut it off, kicked the opener today, and he gathers it. Defensive side of the centre circles. Blake Pearson's on his own if the kick can get to him. It can't. Matt George gathers now for the Sharks and will steady with a handball to Smead. He goes short to Jay Whitnish, and Park Orchards can go again. Right half back. Low ball. Keppel on the lead marks. Good ball use. Whitnish is going to keep running. Went to use him. Ignored it. He'll go wider now and find a target here in Prunty. Whitnish has kept running. It's not going to quite get to him. Michael Pearson did well, gathering those Connor Hickey. First proper touch for the game. Armfield front spot. Takes the mark. Dennis Armfield can go back and line up for his 13th of the season.
Well, there's a bit of a difference in delivery inside 50 that Marty Pass will be disappointed, as he mentioned at quarter time. Pearson the kick inside 50 to Pearson, was a poor kick and he didn't give him much of a chance. And, on that case with Park Orchards, really, really much better for Armfield.
Yeah. So Dennis Armfield, it was a good one-on-one mark too. Just protected the drop zone. He'll go back from 15 metres out, slide angle for 13 for the year and 4 for the day for the Sharks. Bangs it through. No big celebration, Will. I thought there'd be a bit more. But the Sharks 4-2-26, Norwood 2-2-14. We have gone 4 minutes in this second term.
Very subdued celebration there, but an important goal. I think that was a lot of reward for Park Orchards scoping out the width. They've been scoping out the last 3 or 4 minutes, and really good inside 50. They were patient and got the job done.
Paul, score centre, what have you got for us?
Division 1, Lilydale 2-3-15 over Montrose 2-2-14. Mooralbark 6 straight 36 over Bayswater 1-2-8. And Mitcham 4-3-27 over Croydon 1 behind.
Thank you, Paul.
Big start for the Tigers.
Yeah. At home. The Tigs.
Yep.
They'll love it, mate. You zoned out to the G, didn't you? You were thinking punt road.
Thereafter.
Up we go. Dobson, Kapanki down, Hartnett, Blakey for his 48th touch of the first half. Down the line, Mason Whitnish came through under pressure, might sit up for him, tried to hack it out of midair, didn't work. Then lays a nice tackle inside forward 50 and the Sharks will get a repeat stoppage.
Just the skill-wise, they haven't been, too impressive, but they've just found plenty of the ball, and here we go again.
Nicely done there by Keppel. Got the handball out. Now a chance to go inside forward 50. At the fall of the ball, here's that man in Prozanak who just squeezed it back. Will it come back even further? It won't. It will not. One behind. They're peppering. They're on top. There's no doubt about that. The Sharks, Bendigo Bank scoreboard, 5.5 gone. Second term. It's a 13-point lead with the Norsemen to bring the ball back in. And I'll continue on, Matty. Give yourself a breather for a sec as the kick goes out. A big fly over the top that time by Kemp. He got a fist on it, but the kick was intended for him. We'll have a boundary throw in right in front of the brethren down here at Norwood. Beautiful day. You're out, got your sausage, put your vote on, get down here. Let's go around the grounds for some more scores.
In Division 2, Ringwood lead 3-2-20 over South Belgrave 2-4-16. Mulgrave lead 4-2-26 over Knox 2-1-13.
A series of handballs saw Price English go inside forward 50 and Kapanki comes out and takes a mark and will kick from about 40 metres out directly in front.
I think it's Keppel. Wrong
It's
four.
Keppel, sorry.
He and Kapanki swapping the 54 at 24. Or you're using them. Very confusing.
Not to mention that sun's in my eyes. So Keppel, he looked pretty confident coming in for this one. I've been impressed with him so far this game, and he pushed it to the right-hand side. Sorry for the Moz. Bendigo Bank scoreboard, 7 gone here in the second term. And it's a handy lead. They're double the score, the Sharks, over Norwood, 4-4-28 to 2-2-14.
For as much as they've dominated the play, they haven't been able to really put it on the scoreboard as much as they should have.
Absolutely not. They've been dominating the clearances again this quarter, even more so than they were in the first.
So Norwood bring it out. Dangerous kick, but worked out okay to Blake Pearson. Took the mark at centre-half back, and they can get a run on Michael Pearson to West. Stepped in and out, did really well. He'll kick over top to Hudson, and now Blake Pearson will gather, and the handball will go over the top. He'll get it back from Potts. Run to 40 out. He's got a man free in the goal scorer, and he uses him. Takes the mark, runs in, kicks his second. Dylan Feltham. Much needed one for Norwood. They're 3-2-20. Park Orchard's 4-4-28.
Absolutely against the grain there, boys. That's Park Orchard's been dominating the last 7.5 minutes, and it's taken them one kick in. They've gone coast to coast. Good to see.
It's that transition again from the halfback. That they seem to be able to go through the wings and be able to find a lot of space. And it was a really good kick by Pearson there to link up and hit the target in the end.
Just what the doctor ordered. There's no doubt about that.
Was nice play, wasn't it? That was
Yeah.
probably something you'd draw up on the training track. Bit of circle work.
Coast to coast.
To be within 8 points with the way the last 10 to 15 minutes have been going is a great result for Norwood.
So ball's back, running out of it, just too easy there. That time was Dixon, bouncing football up towards centre half forward. It was knocked away. Foot race does ensue. Little boot off the ground there by George. Up across that half forward line, charging through Wilson, got the handball. So Park Orchard's just banging it out of that danger zone. Underneath it though for Norwood was Tom Maloney, and he takes a timely mark. So still 2 kicks from home. He'll drive the ball inside forward 50. Nice fist by Haythorne that time, but picked up and snapped towards goal. They might have gone through there. Pearson, well, the clubhouse leader for the goal of the day goes to Pearson, and all of a sudden it's owning the minutes in play almost this game. 2 goals quickly to Norwood, sees the scores back to only 2 points margin.
Yeah, it was a good decision by Marty to put him up forward. I like that.
He's a natural forward. Yeah, that's where he played his VFL footy.
Yeah, definitely. And that half forward, he's still been able to get plenty of inside 50s and finish a few very important with the score involvements.
As we go to Paul in the score centre.
Got some more Division 2 scores. Baronia 3-3-21 over Templestowe 2-3-15. And the Basin lead 7-4-46 over East Burwood 3-1-19 in Division 3. Waverley Blues lead 3-4-22 over Coldstream 3-2-20. Warrandyte lead 4-3-27 over Scoresby 1-4-10. And
thank you, Paul. As the intercept marks taken by Busetto from Blakey's centre clearance. Go into the corridor. Dangerous kick, and it won't come off. 3 Sharks there to raffle it off. The good smother came in the end to help the Norseman. Ryan Wilson can go again. He won't get there. Handball from Edwards. Mason Whitnish, dribbling kick. Everett, kicked 2 goals already. Wheels around from 45. Pops it into the corridor. Edwards will fly. Won't get it. Comes out the back to Armfield. Handball back to Edwards. Back to Armfield. Little snap around the body. The mark's taken by Daly there in the back pocket. Can Norwood rebound? They can.
Good kick.
Out wide to West. So Norwood are on top. As BWS said, it seems like the momentum, it's switching almost immediately. There's no gradual switch. You got to capitalise while you've got it. West stepped around Price English. That might go on the TikTok later. Down the line, Wen, front spot. Cridlin did well, got the spoil in. Ryan Young to the ruckman, Kapanki. Nice kick from the ruckman, is it? Just over his head, almost.
Bounce touch.
Absolutely, and we'll go for a scrum. Centre wing, Norwood 4-2-26, Park Orchards 4-4-28.
Round the ground with more scores?
No, we're going stat centre.
We're going stat centre.
Park Orchard's really dominating the inside 50. So that's a 5 inside 50. So we're only 10 minutes into the game on the scoreboard, but they're really dominating early, just not getting the reward that they would like to. Back to you,
Blakey.
Yes, and aren't you enjoying this afternoon not doing 3 jobs and just calling the footy?
Look at us, we're 10 strong.
It's magnificent. Free kick to the Sharks right in front of us here. Faithful didn't enjoy that one. Ball's in the arms of Jake Edwards. Looking forward, looking straight into the sun. Just going to poke it and hope. And he's spotted up his teammate in Wilson. So they're taking their time here. Wilson just takes off, then kicks it right to the hot spot. Good little timely fist on that one. Sees the ball go over the boundary line and out of bounds, right forward pocket. Just over the eyes there of Kane Keppel.
Got a score from Vermont halfway through the second quarter. They lead 5-3-33 to Berwick 3-3-21, thanks to Kate Green.
I thought you were going to say Brash then. Kate Green.
No, Brash is unfortunately at home with he's a bit sick, so he's not risking it.
Kate Green, one of our best camera operators in the business as well. Just killing it. As it comes out now, Norwood through the arms of West. Just kicked it up and under. It was a scrambly one. Armfield was there, got a handball away. It's close to the boundary line here. Can it be kept alive? Because it'll be trapped there by Price English, who kicked it, speared it towards centre half forward. Is he going to pay a mark there?
No, he's paid a chop in the arms.
Holy dolly. I don't know about that one. The free kick's going to go to the way of, I think it's Hickey.
It is.
Lining up too.
And Berwick would just keep the next one. Kate Green all over it. Live feed out there. 33-27, Vermont in front there.
that's what you do.
Connor Hickey, we're right behind him as well, going the other way. It's going to take every bit of his best to put this one through. Comes up now, winds up, goes for it. Has it got enough purchase? It did, but he pushed it to the right-hand side, and one behind is the result. 12 and a half minutes gone here in the second term on EFNL Game Day. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast right across our media channels, and it's a 3-point lead to the away side with Norwood to bring the ball back into play.
It's a very high ball drop from Hickey there.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? That
got good connection on it. So Michael Pearson will play on for the kick in. Go out wide looking for Rhett Jordan. That's Nouse. That's Guile. Just bodied his opponent out, takes the mark.
Guile?
I think a bit of Guile. Rhett Jordan would like that.
I like it.
Football experience from Jordan. One of the probably the only familiar name still running around for Norwood from the glory years as it spoiled over the line for boundary throwing. You would have been around then, Ben. I think Rhett Jordan be the only one that you can remember from then.
True that. Let's go around the grounds.
In Division 4, Nunawading lead 4 straight 24 over Churnside Park 2-3-15. And Croydon North lead 5.
Could be a goal here, Paul. Apologies to interrupt you there. Out of bounds on the... They were one behind coming back to Daniel Potts. Sorry there, Paul. Carry on with Division 4.
That's all good. Croydon North lead 5-1-31 over Surrey Park 3-5-23. And in Division 3, Ferntree Gully and Donvale are tied. Ferntree Gully 2-1-13, Donvale 1-7-13.
Good stuff, Paul, as Edwards dropped the mark, but he had teammate support there in goal. Handball over the top. They're under pressure. Good, strong tackle there by Potsy. Across the half-forward line. You've got to pay that. Why is that not holding the ball? And now he's
level up. That's a level up.
Oh, he gave it back to him. He knew that he...
That's good umpiring.
Feltham. He's got it across half-forward line. Short pass was on. Couldn't quite hit the target. I almost thought he marked that. But
I think he's paid not far enough.
Yeah, I've seen shorter paid as well.
Just on the scores there from Paul. Nunawading and Croydon North in front. Hasn't happened in a long time, both those sides in front.
So true. Let's hope that it might remain the same at the end of the day. Plus the... plus, of course, Donny East. As it comes out now. Nicely done. A little pirouette there by Feltham. He's gone backwards to go forwards. That's okay. Michael Pearson, he's going to do the same, and he's going to switch it in towards the middle of the ground. It's almost like a training drill out here. You can see them practicing those ones. There's a kick now. Goes out by Young. He couldn't quite hit the target, and he's going to cough this one up now. Whitnish gets it off. It's a short pass on, and it's a good one too because he's found Wilson, who handballs over the top. They've got a shot towards goal. They're about 20 metres out. The big fly that time couldn't quite take it down. There was the big man in goal, and it hits the deck, and they're going to square things up. Everett across the face, bouncing football, and over she goes for a boundary throw in.
Just that final ball, wasn't it, Ryan?
Yeah, it was.
A horrible kick inside 450.
But they don't mind the chaos kick. I think they like that. You know, they do look for plays to come out the back to kick those ones.
Chaos kick, I like it. Umpire to bring the ball back in. So Keppel goes up against his opponent there in Young. Quickly, nicely kick by Hickey. Goes up and under in towards the pocket. Armfield was there. West was over the top. Got the handball. It's still alive. Just somehow well done there by Young. But he's been given a free kick, I believe, as well for legged. So Park Orchard's getting a bit of a run here with the umpires.
Is this Hartnett, is it? I think it is.
32. Haythorne, is it?
Or is it 62? These numbers are running us. I think it's Hartnett.
I'm going with you, Matt, as Hartnett goes across the face of goal.
Doesn't matter, luckily for us.
Fantastic first name too, Lex.
Lex, we don't hear enough of it.
Magnificent.
Paul, scores for us, mate?
Got a score from Premier Division. Bowen lead 9-2-56 over North Ringwood, 2 behinds.
Ouch. Rodney Eade, ruthless this afternoon, his side. So
there's a good crowd out there as well.
Was there?
Rode past it earlier.
Yep, so Pearson gave the Tweedy, gave it back to Pearson, who kicks it down the line. Finds Feltham. He's kicked 2 goals. And they'll switch the play back to Tweedy. Busetto's the next one in the chain, and then he's got Quinn Livin if he wants it wider. Doesn't. Goes into the corridor. Dangerous kick, but a good one. Short to Daly. Under pressure there from Gall. He plays on. Handball out wide to Quinn Livin. Down the line. Will it get to Jordan? Look at the guile.
What a great kick.
The guile of Rhett Jordan from a good kick from Corey Quinn-Livin. Even better kick out in front of Blake Pearson. Norwood looking the goods. End-to-end stuff. Pops it up. Big fly. Couldn't bring it down. Norwood, that would have been a wonderful piece of play. Nonetheless, forward pressure. Can they get the goal out of this? Handball, Maloney, snap, goal!
That's work
They deserve that.
Work rate.
They deserve that. 5-3-33 Norwood, Park Orchards 4-6-30. We've gone 17.5 minutes in this second quarter.
Absolutely paid dividends there, the patience from Norwood. They were chipping around the back line for a good minute, just trying to see some room out on the wings, and it worked out perfectly.
Great call there by Matt Fodia.
I'd love to know who tried to take that hanger. That was the only thing missing the chain. It would have been a lovely mark.
Just their linking up there, being able to hit targets, makes a massive difference going forward.
We wouldn't have thought in probably the first 10 minutes of this quarter that Norwood would go into halftime leading, but at the moment they've snagged it back. They're up by 3 points on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, almost into time on.
Ben, you just nailed it when you spoke about capitalising on your momentum. Both sides are going to have it at stages, and it's who can make the most of it.
That's it. Umpire Damien Sully, the best in the business. He loves a radio game as he throws the ball up in the middle. Just trying to barge his way through there. That time was Maloney, and he's going nowhere. Let's go around the grounds, Paul.
In Premier Division, Doncaster East lead 4-5-29 over Rowville 4-2-26, and in...
Good man. As we go up to the half-forward line, that's all we need to know, mate. As it comes out there, as Tweedy goes backwards. They've squeezed one out here. By himself there is Blair Hudson. We'll get that other score, Paul.
In First Division, Mitcham lead 7-6-48 over Croydon 1-1-7.
Linking up handballs. Here's West along the wing position, getting down low and taking a good mark like Pearson. He was off then, and now 25. He sucked him in a beauty.
That'll do it.
So
he can go here. He's quick too, Blake.
Matty George, the player giving away that 25, as Pearson in the nice yellow boots kicked it up towards the half-forward line. Not in front, but taking the ball was Feltham, and he's quickly brought to ground.
I think they'll want more out of Michael Wen, Ryan and Will. I don't like that. They're playing him forward. I don't know if he's even on the ground at the moment. It doesn't look like he is, but they're playing him forward to give them a tall marking option. He just hasn't got near it today.
No.
Well, they haven't really targeted him up for it either.
Young went up almost unattended, but it's going to be the Sharks with a linking handball out wide. Quinlivan brought to ground. Let's go down boundary side.
I was just going to say, Michael Wynn's completely in front of us, boys. He's just standing there ready to come back on.
Well, tell him to get a kick, Bester.
Let him know.
He's bigger than me. I don't think I'm taking any chances.
Comes out now. Here's Quinlivan. Coughed it up really in the end there. Whitnish linked up, and now the Sharks a chance to go forward. It's a foot race that ensues here because no one was behind the ball. Overrunning it there. That time was Hickey. It just didn't bounce favourably for him. Did a Stephen Milne as a handball over the top there. Still breaks my heart. Tweedy on the left boot up towards the wing position over the top there, but it might sit up okay here for Dixon. And he's not going anywhere because Kane Keppel, the big man, was right there to push him over. Let's go around the grounds again.
In Division 2, the Basin lead 9-5-59 over East Burwood 5-1-31.
Another one of Matt's teams, the
Thank
Basin.
you, Paul. I've got plenty of teams. I'm good at making mistakes. No, Will, there's a story to that. I tipped them to come last year, and they almost won the minor premiership.
That'll do it.
Dixon just brought to ground, but in the meantime, he knocked Jai Whitnish right off his feet there. So a big ruck contest that time. A little handball out in front of himself. Came out to Dixon, backwards to Pearson. Handball was smothered. He'll get a second go at it. Handball over the top. And nicely done there. Worked his opponent out of it. Price English backwards. They go on the left boot there by Gall. Just poked it up there really in the end. And up equal to the task though was Prunty, who might be giving a push in the back or out holding the ball. And the home side, well, if they had been paid a push, it would have been absolutely. Yep, as you heard it from Giggles, incorrect disposal. So it was Jordan who started off this play. He goes across the ground, and now a chance for Norwood to build their attack.
So Busetto went down the line. Mark was dropped, but they'll get away with it. Blair Hudson took on the tackle. Got his handball away just in time. Can Quinlivan recover it? He can't. Coming out of there looked to be Prozenak. Short chipping ball was to Hickey. Missed his target. And Tweedy plays on immediately. He'll go to Jordan. Been impressive this quarter. The ball just goes out of bounds on the full. We go to Blakey Tennant with the stats.
The tackling pressure has definitely lifted this quarter. We've got Park Orchard with 6 tackles to Norwood 3. This is big in the game. Back to you.
Thank you, Blakey. As the Sharks go back from that out of the bounds free kick to George, to Magnano, to Cridlin. Now Smead will be the next one. He's got a bit of space, and he's got an option as well in Haythorn. Be interesting what he does here. He'll go to the easy one to Haythorn. So they've worked it all the way to the other side. Norwood will be pretty happy with that. They're just moving with it. So Haythorn, chipping ball, dangerous one. Maloney should cut this off. Got a hand to it. Dobson, can he get down? Taps it to a dangerous spot. Gathering. Whitnish, there's a free kick coming back to Norwood. Will it be 50? Because Whitnish played on. And I think they've given it. Umpire Dan Beard's come in.
Got it. That's every day of the week. That's 25.
There was 2 whistles before Whitnish finally took the shot. I think it was the kick that really sealed the deal on that. So Michael Pearson, they got away with that. Norwood goes out wide. Who's his target? Feltham, James. Dylan's kick 2. His namesake. Might be brothers, I assume so. Low ball into the pocket. Gathering here is Dylan. Burst through the first tackle, and Dan Beard said that's holding the ball. You took him on and couldn't get rid of the footy, and now there's 25. Another 25. So it's all happening out here at the moment. I don't know if it's necessarily a bit of heat in it, but they go into the corridor, the Sharks, quickly. Didn't take that full measure. Edwards under pressure. If Norwood can create something out of this, they'll be very happy. Edwards will get another shot. Got his handball forward for the Sharks to Armfield, who swung it even wider. Blakey, short ball, worked it well. Hartnett wants someone to come at him. You go into the corridor. Bennell, great pressure from the ex-Demon. Got it to Pearson. Got it back, Bennell. Burst away, took a bounce. He split the seas. He got tripped in the umpire, holding the ball. It was a beautiful piece of play from Jamie Bennell until that stumble. And there's 24 minutes gone in the second term. It's Norwood by 3 points.
Oh, I missed a few games, but did all the umpires wear blue?
No, it's the Victorian Responsible Gambling Foundation. Love the game round.
I thought that because it was Michael Suka's area, they're going for the Liberal Party today. As it comes in, Whitnish.
We wouldn't have done this game if they did.
Whitnish on the right boot. Goes out wide. Schmid takes the mark. Short passes on.
Just an update from Tarara Road. Vermont 6.440. Berwick 6.339.
Livingston goes inside forward 50. Muscled out of it that time, Hickey. Well done there by Bassetto, who's going to switch the play here.
That score, of course, thanks to our Megan and Katie Green out there at Vermont. Megan, we've been told the number 1 camera operator in the LKLM media stall.
Their backline's just been
stall.
so composed.
I was thinking of the word and got stuck. Arsenal, maybe. Sorry, Ryan.
Their backline's just been so composed today, Norwood, especially with a guy like Tweedy coming back in the side, just changes their structure up a lot.
Pye throws it in. Charging through there was Maloney. Got the handball back. That was okay. As the kick goes out that time by Young. And it's gone way too far. And a chance for Park Orchards to go forward again. Trying to sneak a freebie kick. Umpire said go away. Mason Whitnish be the player to send the ball right to the hot spot, and that's where it's going to go. Big fly there by Gall at the fall of the ball. Young picked it up, got stripped of it. Still a hot football, about 45 out from the Park Orchards goal line. Little toe poke that time by Feltham. It was picked up, though. The Sharks, another chance. Inside forward, 50-odd, almost copping it up. You'd almost say that was a free kick there. Umpire said play on as the kick goes in towards the forward pocket, and over she goes for a boundary throw-in. Let's go around the grounds, Paul.
In Division 3, Glen Waverley lead 5-2-32 over Whitehorse 1-1-7, and Waverley Blues lead 5-6-36 over Coldstream 5-2-32.
Tight one out there, top of the table clash in Division 3 as well.
Oh, well, won't Gav be excited tomorrow if Waverley Blues get up?
He will.
There's a good, strong tackle there, Jai Whitnish.
Not long to go in this quarter, you'd suspect, Ben.
No, not at all. Kemp is the player on the bottom of that pack. It's a 3-point lead to the home side. Everett took it out of the ruck contest, got a little toe poke on it. Handball goes back. It's in the arms there of Gall, who tries to squeeze one back. He can't. And through for one behind. 26.5 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 4-7-31 the Sharks. Norwood 5-3-33.
Couple of scores coming in halftime. Ringwood 4-4-28, South Belgrave 5-6-36, and Blackburn lead 5-6-36 to 4-7-31 over Noble Park as Norwood, they muck around with it. Bussetto goes out wide, kick intercepted by Blakey, couldn't hold the mark though. Norwood really scrambling here. They want halftime bad. Armfield in the pocket, left foot ball towards goal, has missed. So 4-8-32 now. To Norwood's 5-3-33. It is 1 point the difference. Park Orchard's probably on the balance of play this quarter. Should be in front, but Norwood did look smooth and slick in that little 10-minute period.
Tweedy in the long sleeves, as always.
Been really good.
On the right boot, ever reliable. An up and under kick goes up. Big fly that time there by Armfield. Ball hits the deck and we'll have a ball up right in front of us here in the broadcast position, right in front of our boundary riders.
No, they're on the other side of the ground.
Are they? Jeez, I can't see that far. Well, of course you would be, because that's where the dugouts are. It's a long way for Besto to walk back. He may as well just stay over there at half time. We'll take care of your food, Besto. Don't worry about that, mate. 28 minutes tick over. I think everyone's just waiting for the siren to sound. I could press the horn on my scooter. It sounds a bit like a siren.
Dan Beard's still going, though.
Dan Beard will be going forever. Don't you worry about that. As the kick goes up towards the wing and working himself into a nice spot there was Pearson, who just got a teammate over the top and just doing enough. It's almost like they're waiting for it. Dylan Feltham is going to use the middle of the ground. It was a risky kick and he's coughed it up too. They do get a chance here, the Sharks. One last little throw. Here's Edwards, inside ball 50 towards Everett, who takes the mark and just pokes it through, and they have the lead, the Sharks, right on half time out here at Mullen Reserve. 5-8-38. Everett's got 3. Norwood 5-3-33.
Very, very interesting decision to go in the corridor with such little time left in the first half. Norwood probably hanging on these last 5, 6, 7 minutes. Been hovering around Park Orchard's forward 50, but that was an unforgivable going inside and, crucial turnover.
I think Peter was literally saying everyone's just waiting for half time, and then Dylan Felton thought, I'll just bite one off as we go to Paul in the score centre.
Division 4, Surrey Park leads 7-9-51 over Croydon North 6-1-37.
So Panthers have just edged their way in front. We go back in the middle. So we're going to get a 30-minute quarter here in the end. It's 5 points of difference in the favour of the Sharks. Feltham, can he make dividends for that turnover before? Got the clearance. Kennedy will lead the race. Matt George, great tackle. Ball spills free. Whitnish. Livingston.
Move it.
They got to go. They got space on the outer side. Smead. Blakey was the option. Good handball, though, inboard. Price Inglis through the centre corridor. Low ball out wide. Prosenac flew. What
a beauty.
Michael Prosenac. He loves the goals, Prosenac.
Have a ping.
Oh, he's doing the fake look. He was always having a go, the skipper. And he'll have a shot after the siren. A great clunk from Michael Prosenac. Just the one juke.
Reel for sure.
If he can kick this, it might be a contender for Tobin Brothers goal of the day. Blake Pearson's check side is the current clubhouse leader. This will be a bit of a dagger through Norwood Hearts, given that turnover that led to the Everett goal.
Like his matchy boots too.
Michael Prosenac, he's an aesthetically pleasing man.
Back him in there, Matt.
Oh, yeah, why not? He loves a goal. It could be a great celebration if he kicks this, the skipper. To give Park Orchards an 11-point lead at halftime. Comes in outside the arc. Michael Prosenac, pretty good looking kick off the boot.
Oh,
gone right, just. It was a bit of Anthony Rocker, 2002 style about it a little bit.
Niche reference, I like it.
We hit half-time here at Mullen Reserve. It's a goal of difference. Park Orchards 5-9-39, leading Norwood 5-3-33. Ben Warren Smith will give us the goal kickers before we go to the break.
3 goals to the big forward, Andreas Everett. He's the major goal kicker on the ground. The rest are singles. Armfield has 1, as does Gall for the Sharks over at Norwood. Dylan Feltham, he has 2, 1 each to Maloney, Pearson and Jamie Bennell. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast today. It's EFNL Game Day, Premier Division styles, the best in the business. Half down, half to go. Who's going to win it? Nobody knows.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice-cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Yeah, that's great. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower
shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together. At
Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Welcome to the halftime show for the EFNL match of the day between Norwood and Park Orchards. I'm currently joined by Blake and Scott. Boys, how are we? What do we think of the first half?
Yeah, good, mate. Look, down boundary side, so it's taken me a little bit to walk back over here, but what a ripping contest. I spoke about it pre-game that I thought that it was going to be tight, it was going to be good footy, and it hasn't disappointed. You look at Park Orchards up by the one kick, obviously a little bit inaccurate, which is probably, the only thing that will be pleasing sort of for Norwood is that they're so close.
And for me, personally, I think this is more of a surprise. I wasn't really seeing this before the game. As Park Orchards obviously hit the front. Yeah, I would say right now, the reason why I reckon they're winning is because they're dominating the inside 50s. They're up 12 inside 50s that quarter. Like, that is summing up how they're winning this game. Obviously, they're up by a goal, but I think from the inside 50s point of view, they're really dominating Norwood in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. The clearances, I mean, we spoke about it during the game. Park Orchards were dominating in the first quarter, probably the first half of the second quarter as well. Probably just dragged back a little bit. Norwood gained some momentum through the middle period, and then towards the end, well, Norwood were really hanging on for dear life, I think. They were just edging for half-time. I think that's, as you said, clearances becoming a big factor in this game. Scott?
Yeah, it's been fast paced. When it's go, and that's the thing you notice with obviously that those clearances. The rucks are obviously doing a serious sort of battle, and you've got the debutant there for Norwood, sort of up against the old foe. But yeah, look, the running power of Park Orchards is pretty impressive, and Dennis obviously spoke about that at quarter time, just saying that they need to believe in themselves, keep going with that run, and it'll be interesting to see sort of in this third quarter if they come out still running and firing.
Yeah, definitely. Blake, just looking at Norwood, they're currently 5-3-33, Park Orchards 5-9-39. They've had 6 less scoring shots on the board. From your statistics, what do you think can bring Norwood back into this game and not have them reeling for the break and reeling for just a little bit of a lapse in I guess, rush in play?
I think more clearances. Like, if you have a look here, my clearances I've done, I've seen Norwood have only got 7 clearances in all up together. I think if they get more clearances for in the midfield, use Blake Pearson, use this common, like Brett Jordan as well. He's been really dominant. He's starting to get involved to the game. Like, use your stars, like Park Orchards do. They've got Brustenak. He's really dominating this game really well through the midfield. as well as George as well, who's given that targets to, your Blakeys and your Armfields as well. It's really like, I can definitely see that Park Orchard's using their stars more than Norwood are. And, they need a big second half because the inside 50s, they actually killed Park Orchards. They actually killed Norwood in the inside 50s. I think that's the big one this quarter if Norwood want to get home with the 4 points today.
Yeah, absolutely. Scott, what do you reckon? How can Norwood squeeze their way back into this game?
Yeah, look, Norwood's been strong in their back, especially with Tweedy. He's been massive,
very, very good,
massive for them, and they're thankful that they've got him because he's pretty much kept him in and out of that back line. His kicking is superb. So I think they just got to look for themselves, that run and carry. They're a quick side. They are when they're going. You could see that turnaround in play where Park Orchards had the swing, and then all of a sudden it was down this end and Norwood score a goal. So I think they've just got to take it on themselves and believe in their run. Both sides from boundary sort of play a very similar sort of gameplay. There's a lot of sort of switching, slowing down, and then off they go. And I sort of feel like, they're just sort of waiting for Park Orchards a little bit. I think they need to just take it on and run and see what happens.
Absolutely. That's where they got their reward in the first half, was when they did take it on. As you said, I completely agree with the way that they're both setting up. Very fire with fire type operations. They've got a lot looking for the switch each time. Also, patience was probably something we saw a lot in the second quarter that we didn't see as much in the first. Each side was willing to just wait, hold back, sometimes doing a double switch, going one way, realising that wasn't the way, and then going back in and getting reward for that.
Yeah, look, definitely. And I think the only sort of factor for, I guess, for Park Orchards that maybe a slight concern is that the goal scorer, obviously, Everett, is kicked three of theirs today. So if they can if Norwood can nullify him to a degree, I know when we spoke to Dennis, he was saying that there's not one sort of individual goal kicker that they look for, and I know Dennis last week scored 5 or something over the back, but I think if you can look at nullifying Everett there, then hopefully then Norwood will look for the other end, and they're getting some decent sort of scorers themselves.
Definitely. Just touching on Everett, I think it certainly looks like Park Orchards is getting most of their success when he's isolated deep. His one-on-one contest work is obviously very, very good. That's where he got his 2 goals early in the first quarter. Blake, would you be keeping Everett isolated in the forward line, or would you just sort of have his crumbers just in and around his feet?
I think both, actually. I think he's good in the air, like we've seen, of course, with his 3 goals we've seen. And I think maybe as well get some crumbers in there, as you touched on before. I think, they need to use him as well. He's really been their really only target. Of course, Hickey's been really well down there as well. But it's been an interesting one to see Everett, but it's good to see.
Awesome. I reckon we're just going to head into the score box now. What do we have?
In Premier Division, Vermont lead 7-4-46 over Berwick, 6-4-40. Doncaster lead 6-4-40 over South Croydon, 4-6-30. Bowen leads 17-9-111 over North Ringwood, 2-5-17. Rowville lead 5-4-34 over Doncaster East, 4-7-31. And Blackburn lead 5-6-36 over Noble Park, 4-7-31.
Jeez, a few scores there. Bowen, what was that? 17-9 at half time.
Jeez.
Absolute romping.
Against North Ringwood, though, who haven't won a game, and that's unfortunate. That won't do their confidence much good anyway.
No, absolutely not. That's definitely a confidence booster for Bowen. Get some goals into their forwards and midfielders.
And a bit of percentage booster as well, because you need it in Premier Division, because obviously it's a very tight comp. So a bit of percentage booster will be good for Bowen coming up in the next couple of rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. Going forward into the second half, any players we think need to stand up?
Oh, look, again, I think for Park Orchards, they just have to sort of keep doing what they're doing. Obviously, Everett, if they can get it to him, he's kicking the goals, he's seeing it well. Obviously, further from that, the ruck duel from there to get it out of the centre, keep up with their clearances. They'll look for that going forward. I think for Norwood, though, then, they've got to then look at nulling sort of Everett and looking forward to sort of finding that goal scorer, at least getting a few extras on the board.
For me, I reckon the usual ones, probably Brosnack. He had a really good first half. I would love to see him take it up to that next gear, take it up there. Hickey as well. I think Matt touched on it before. He looks really on. He looks like he's had over 20 disposals, which is really good. I wouldn't mind loving to see a bit more of Matty George. I feel like he can lift up a bit. Same as Mason Blakely. For Norwood, it's a hard one because obviously you need to touch on about Tristan Tweedy. I think he is a big one as well for Norwood if they want to keep winning his defence and how he's doing that. Jamie Bennell, I need more goals out of him. He's having a pretty good, solid first half, but I think more goals for him for Norwood and definitely as touch on Pearson as well.
Awesome. Sounds good, boys. We're going to wrap it up the halftime show. Thank you so much for joining us. It's been good, and we'll keen to tuck into the second half.
Too easy.
Thanks.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, "Why, yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy." And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Welcome back to Mulla Reserve, Eastland EFNL Match of the Day on the EFNL Facebook, YouTube, SEN and Eastern FM 98.1. It's Norwood 5-3-33, trailing Park Orchards 5-9-39 here for the Victorian Responsible Gambling Foundation Love the Game round. We're going to head over. I think, did Blakey Tennant have some stats for us? No, he didn't. He's got nothing for us. Big Blakey Tennant. He was on the halftime show. He was spectacular. He's all over it. It's an interesting game here, isn't it, Will Faulkner and Ryan Long? At certain instances, Norwood have looked like they're going to cut them open, but for most of the time, Park Orchards have controlled the game.
Yeah, we did talk about, the momentum and using it when you've got it, and Norwood probably did that. I think Park Orchards have probably controlled the ball a bit more. They've had it in their forward half, probably for longer periods of the game, but haven't really been able to put it on the scoreboard, except for that last couple of minutes where they got a late goal. So, Norwood's, their transition from half back has probably been their standout play. Their back six has stood up all day. Tristan Tweedy's probably had over 10 touches in that quarter. It's probably just that, for the Park Orchards just start to be able to capitalise on those inside 50s that they probably dominated for most of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think sometimes it's also been a game of who's been better at the switch, who's been more patient. As we saw, perfect conditions here, a lot of marking, a lot of kicking. And the ball was really stuck in Park Orchard's forward 50 the last 10, 15 minutes. And as we said, Norwood really just scrambling on to get to half time, but hopefully they come out firing.
And I was going to say, Matt, in light of the round being responsible gambling round, I'm out of my multi in race 7 at Flemington because of some cat, and I'm not going to chase today.
I'm very proud of you, Ben. I'm very, very proud of you. It's responsible gambling, not chasing your losses.
No, they say the more you bet, the more you win, but the more you lose, the more you work.
Exactly. So up we go in the middle. Second half underway. Kapanki got it down. Maloney, great tackle, holding the ball. So Norwood will get a free kick. He's been one of their best players. Smack bang in the centre of Mullen. And inside forward 50 they go. Bennell might be the target. The kick. Wen's coming through. Across the half-forward flank. Couldn't gather it. The big fella. West was there. Smead got the handball. They go backwards to go forwards. And Matthew George, dangerous kick to centre half back, but it's worked out to Blakey. Gave it off to Ryan Wilson. They might be out here, the Sharks. Good kick. They're back in the centre circles. Keppel had a man on the outer side the whole time. Gave it to him. Looks to be Cridland. Goes for home. He might have kicked it, has he? No. He had a shot from almost 60 metres out, just to the right-hand side. So Park Orchards, 45 seconds in, get the point. 5:10:40. Lead Norwood 5:3:33. They were absolutely out there, weren't they, Will?
Absolutely, yeah. Looking for a big half here from Michael Wen as well. He's someone who was probably a little bit quiet in the first half. Big marking forward for Norwood, so hopefully he can have a few more inside 50s like the first 30 seconds there and take control.
Atkins got the kick out and he's screaming for it back. They're going to go across the face here. Another risky one.
Claimed it.
Claiming the mark is Hudson.
He didn't look confident claiming it.
Not sure how many fingers were under the ball there.
So
only need one.
Short passes on. Tweedy.
They're hemmed in, aren't they?
Wind's picked up a little bit here too.
Yeah.
Yep, it has.
Going with Norwood.
So Tweedy was a mongrel of a kick, but it's an effective one as well. So it comes out, Kennedy got the mark, and now they've linked up and little handball. Well, no, it's a kick there by Dixon inside forward 50 or thereabouts, getting underneath it, giving away a free kick. You would have thought Smead, he wasn't even watching the football, and then a throw's been given away. It's a bit stiff there.
Evan Smead did really well. He's undersized there, and Jamie Bennell's played, almost 100 games AFL footy, probably a few more if I've undersold him. And Smead's done really, really well not to give away a free and win the free kick himself.
Yeah, true. I still believe it was a free, though. But he did extremely well as it comes out towards Dixon, kept the ball alive. Almost. Over the boundary line she goes.
Forward pocket for Norwood. I'm telling you what, Jared Brennan, Lockie Dixon. Same style, the one juke.
I love it.
Just the one juke carry over centre wing. It's very exciting.
It's been a while since I've seen it.
Forward pocket. Kapanki won the hit out down. Dangerous spot. Here is Dixon. Right foot snap. It's a goal. Big start for the Wooders. Back to just 1 point. 6-3-39. Park Orchards 5-10-40. Midas touch, Ben.
Yeah. Get to call for 30 seconds. He steals the goal. Let's go around the grounds with Paul.
In Division 1, Lilydale lead Montrose by 10 points, 29-19.
Oh, Paul Blake won't like that. He's a Montrose man.
Mooralbark lead Bayswater by 53 points, 75-22, and Mitcham lead Croydon by 42 points, 55-13.
Oh, no,
Great
Pete
stuff
Muscat
there.
will not be texting you tonight.
Paul Yaconi today around the grounds. Umpire Damien Sully throws the ball aloft in the middle. Big ruckman there. Kapanki got it down, but it'll be through the arms of Maloney, who lost it at the crucial stage. Blakey ducked a tackle. Kapanki's handball went out wide. It was going nowhere because Felton was in there, but recharging his way through there was Gall, who threw it away really in the end, did he? Yep, he did. So free kick to the Norsemen as they go forward, and it was just all alone that time. Jamie Bennell, who was spewing when he coughed it up only moments ago, but he'll go back and look for redemption here and the lead back for Norwood.
Great kick from Rhett Jordan. When he gets it, he makes something happen, Ben.
Certainly does. Stalwart of the Norwood Football Club. Jamie Bennell wearing the blue boots, no doubt, for a responsible gambling round. Comes in now. He'll kick just on site, inside 50, and it's a gun barrel straight through for a behind.
And I will say, where we're positioned, Ben, the depth perception of the goals, the goalpost did not move there.
He didn't. So that's the scores are level out here. 4.5 gone, third term.
Deflated there as the Sharks come out, Give it to George, and then he gives it back to the runner. And they exit defensive 50 up to centre wing. Nice body work from Clint Liven, but Tom Livingston will get it out the back, and they've gone inside forward 50. Park Orchards. Armfield one-on-one with Busetto. Goes out the back. Armfield leads the race. Gathers, slips over, wrapped up in a tackle by Dan Young. Holding the ball. Very lucky there, Norwood, that Dennis Armfield slipped. That was beautiful end-to-end stuff, Will.
He was absolutely on there. That was a crucial slip, but really, really good recovery from the Norwood defenders.
I reckon he's got the longest hair in the league.
Armfield, it's up there. So, nonetheless, speaking of turnovers, Norwood have turned it over. Tom Livingston gathers 30 metre out from goal. Foot snap. Goal. He's hardly touched it, Tom Livingston, but he's done something very impressive there. Kicks a crucial goal.
Great goal.
Park Orchards now 6-10-46. Norwood 6-4-40. Enthralling game of footy we've got here, Ryan Long.
And look at the pressure in there, the tackling there, and they'll just get the numbers around the contest, and to be able to finish like that is quite important. Something they haven't been able to do as much in the first half.
It was a contender for Tone Brothers goal of the day. I tell you what, a couple of turnovers have led to goals here, haven't they, Ben? As we go to the stats centre with Blakey Tennant.
Yeah, you could definitely tell the tackles have listened for Park Orchards as well. They've got about 2 tackles here. Really good contested ball coming through, and the pressure is right on Norwood at the moment.
The evergreen Dan Beard throws the ball up in the middle. Dixon was in there. Quick kick out, though, by the Sharks up towards the half-forward line, getting underneath it. That time there was Price English. Couldn't quite trap it. In came Atkins. He was quickly brought to ground, and we'll have a ball up. Let's go to Paul Uconi around the grounds.
In Division 2, the Basin lead 15-5-95 over East Burwood, 6-4-40.
Ball comes out from the stoppage, and we'll have another one. If you've got another score, jump in, Paul.
Mulgrave lead by 16 points, 42-26 over Knox.
Thank you, Paul.
As the free kick has been given away here for a throw. It was a bit of a slap, really. Pearson, the recipient, he's a bit uneasy about the distance here, I think. He might just kick it to the hot spot, and that's exactly where he's going to go. That was a beautiful kick, if ever I've seen one. Daniel Potts out in front. He got that quick jump on his opponent and made the space, and the kick was absolutely perfect.
It's just good vision, isn't it? It would have been easy for him to pop it up to the top of the square, but kicked it to the space, didn't he, Ben?
Perfectly done. So the home fans will enjoy this one. They can, once again, tie the scores. Dan Potts, it's on the right side of the ground. I'm going to back him in from here. Comes in now, and he has put it straight over the goal umpire's head. It's great when you don't moz him. He's got his first, and on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, they're kicking straight. The Norsemen, 7-4-46. Park Orchard, 6-10-46. It's all square.
Yeah, you're right. They've certainly just been able to make the most of their opportunities, unlike Park Orchards when going forward. Their inside 50s, the Park Orchards probably dominated that in the stats, as Blake has mentioned, across the afternoon. But Norwood have just been a bit more composed, been able to hit a few targets and finish it off.
Absolutely. Paul, couple more scores, mate, quickly.
In Division 3, Coldstream lead by 2 points, 44-42. Warrandyte lead by 5 points, 36-31 over Scoresby. And Ferntree Gully lead 47-38 over Donvale.
Oh, could Ferntree get their first win of the year? We're out of the centre clearance here for Park Orchards. Long ball inside forward 50. Livingston brought it to ground. And then a good strong tackle from Wilson on Quinn Liven running through. And we'll get a stoppage inside the Sharks forward 50. Goal for goal here.
Hard to tell who's going to break away with this at the moment.
Momentum swings have normally been a lot more 5, 10, 15 minutes across the game, but they've been, goal for goal so far this quarter.
Keppel tapped it into the corridor. Dangerous spot. 30 metres out from the Sharks' goal. Keppel again. 4 Park Orchards. Hammer up in the air, but Feltham's got it. Quinn Liven. Tweedy. Can Norwood break away here? They've got the numbers down the line. Low ball was towards Dixon at half-back. It was a grubber. Made him work for it. Maloney came in like a bull. He'll get it off the handball eventually of Feltham, who wants a free kick. Maloney broke the first tackle. Handball to West, did well, kept his feet. Kieran West goes zigzags in and out of about 4 of them here and tumbles his kick down the line to Mason Blakey. He deserved more there, did West. And then Blakey goes inboard to Wilson, who's 55 metres out from his attacking goal.
Short.
He's got Everett short. That's where he went in the end, but Everett had turned around. So Norwood will get a chance for a Young, who ran into the tackle there of Hickey. And now we should get a stoppage. We're back where this all started. 9 minutes gone in the third term. Scores are level here. Norwood 46, Park Orchards 46.
Despite Everett kicking through, I didn't actually mind Dan Young's game on him so
He's
far
been good.
on a one-on-one contest.
Agreed. Pye throws it up. Everett had the back spot that time. Oh, that's a throw. Pye with blindsided and will have a ball up. 50 metres out.
Sharks have got 2 loose behind the ball.
So Everett, big knock, quick kick forward there by Edwards to the goal square, and a good fist that time by Tweedy. He had eyes only for the football. He wanted the rush behind. He got that. And on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, 10 minutes gone into this third term. It's a 1-point lead to Park Orchards. Let's go around the grounds with Paul.
In Division 4, Churnside Park lead Nunawading by 31 points, 62 to 31, and Surrey Park lead Croydon North by 4 points, 54 to 50.
And it's all tied up at Vermont, 53 apiece, them and the Wickers. First time they've ever met. Can Berwick get a big upset win, Ben?
Well, it's around the corner from which game? I thought
Vermont.
Vermont. Oh, geez. Brash wasn't feeling well. He's going to have a heart attack by the end of the game. That doesn't happen.
He's been pretty critical of them all year. So Kennedy went up for Norwood here. Right half back. Dixon did well. Got his hands free and got a handball. They force it forward past centre wing. Big Michael Wen came up at it. Been soundly beaten today, Big Michael Wen. Matt George picks it up. Chipping ball. And Mason Whitnish marks on centre wing. Goes into the centre circles. Ryan Wilson. Handball off. This is nice play. Magnano went inboard. Beat the tackler, did he? Michael Pearson wrapped him up. Umpire said play on. Wilson now gets another chance. Off the cricket pitch. Inside forward 50. Everett will come across the front. Couldn't bring it down. Got it on the bounce. Dan Young wrapped him up. Everett played for a free kick. Picking up now Connor Hickey. He wants the goal. Steep down. Left foot ball into the corridor looking for Jay Whitnish. Kennedy got the handball back. Maloney on last line. Weaved in and out. Beautiful pirouette. And then he went out at defensive 50. He's got a man on the wing. Can he take the mark? No, he can't. Atkins brought it to ground, got the handball
what
up,
awareness.
and here you go Norwood.
Norwood go up towards the wing position, and just as though momentum was building, they've coughed it up, and the Sharks got a chance to repel here in the middle of the ground. They've linked up nicely. Blakey. In the arms there of Blakey, who I've been impressed with his game so far.
Got a lot of the footy in the first half.
So on the right boot, kicks it out the far side half-forward line and was intended there for Keppel. He had 2 players to beat. Ball hits the deck. The foot race sees Kennedy watch it go over the boundary line and out of bounds.
Besto and Scotty, I'd question without notice, what are the conditions like? Because the wind picked up for a bit and then has it died down again?
Matty, there's no real problems with the wind down here at all. It's actually really nice. It's probably a little stronger than it was when the game started, but not significant.
Pye throws it in. Keppel had the back spot. The ball hits the deck again. And another ball up.
Templestowe 2 goals up halfway through the third quarter out there against Boronia.
Well, it's going to be a free kick the way of Kemp for Norwood. Backwards. Both sides, not afraid to go back and take that risk. And it can sometimes work out for the better, as Tweedy had a great game. Very consistent, has 2 bounces. He's off to the races, but he's not putting a bet on as he goes up towards the wing position now. Bouncing football over the back. Here's Rhett Jordan, the club favourite, on the right boot. Just squeezed it to the hot spot. He knows where to kick it to give his side that opportunity, but knocking the ball away there was Gridlin. He did well, got the handball eventually to his teammate there in Edwards, who paddled it on forward. They've got the numbers just in the nick of time. Blackie goes back to eat Edwards up towards the wing position, and it was as good as out of bounds on the full. And it was going to be a mark anyway. So Norwood, short passes on. That was a perfect kick that time. Here's Feltham on the right boot. Goes inside forward. 50, and a great mark taken there by Michael Pearson. No, he dropped it at the crucial stage and then grabbed his head. He copped one on the scone. Umpire said play on as it comes out. Here's Whitnish. He's got a chance now to get Park Orchards up towards the half-forward line. Out in front was the coach, Dennis Armfield, on the right boot. Just squeezed it. It was a spearing kick, and it was a beauty too, because Connor Hickey was all by himself, and he doesn't want a bar of anyone making space. He's going back to put this one through.
Did Pearson drop that, gents? I just assumed he marked it.
No, I thought he marked it.
I thought he marked it too.
Yeah, he's
very stiff.
Yeah,
Unless it was touched off the boot or something like that. Yeah, he's in the hands of the trainers now. But, yeah, it was almost certainly a Norwood shot a goal there.
Even if it was play on, probably very unlucky not get high contact after that as well as he goes off the ground now.
Just a quick update from Jubilee. South Barrow by a point.
Hickey yet to kick a goal today, but that could change now. It's a big fly. I'll tell you what, Everett, we went up for an eternity there.
That had to be a free kick.
Of course it was a free kick.
If Rhett Jordan was pinged when he didn't even use his hands, Everett's just taken him for a ride, responsible gambler.
Very.
Umpire brings the ball back in. Nicely done there. It's still about 20 metres out from the goal line, and it will be another ball up here.
Probably a positive for Park Orchards that Prozenak and Hickey really haven't been able to hit the scoreboard, and if they can in this second half, they might be able to get away.
Well, Everett got the knockdown. Oh, it went right straight into the arms there, almost to Prosenac, and you would have been called a genius. But you're not yet.
Yeah, I was about to say. we build you up and then we knock you down here, Ryan.
And it's a 1 point ball game, Matt.
So Quinn Livin gave it out to Liam Daly. And now Norder at centre wing. Jamie Bennell marks in front. This game has opened up after half time. It's been end to end. Bennell, centre wing, far side of Mullen Reserve. 2 points of difference in favour of Park Orchards. Goes out wide.
Yep.
To Lachlan Dixon. Jared Brennan style. Just the one juke. Big hands of Dixon towards Michael Wen. Can he get there and influence the contest? No, he can't. This is Keppel getting back, taking the mark. He goes into the corridor. The Sharks are out here. If it can sit for Whitnish, it does. Gives it off. Nice handball came through. They are away. Mason Whitnish, one bounce, runs to 50, fires at Goldwood. Tweedy should get back and mark. He drops it through for a behind. Park Orchards now 6-13-49, Norwood 7-4-46. We go to Paul Yaconi in the score centre.
In Premier Division, Doncaster East lead by point over Roeville 44-43, and in Division 1, Mitcham lead by 55 points 68-13 over Croydon.
Thank you, Paul.
Nothing will make me happier if Ray Baird's out there today to see Doncaster East beat Roeville.
And jump on top of the ladder.
He did text me to see if I was on the radio.
Well, no, he actually
game.
put it in our group chat. But he
Yeah.
thought it was an individual message. He was having a one-on-one conversation with me. I just had to warn him before he started potting everyone.
I lost my phone at Bunnings, so I've lost that WhatsApp for now. So annoying. But, who steals an iPhone 8, for God's sake? On the little handball over the top, Maloney. Now a chance there by Hickey, who kicked it inside forward 50, and it was a sloppy one. He had more time than what he thought there, and the mark's been taken by Quinn Libben, a bit of a slip scratch there as he squares it up in towards the middle of the ground. Chance now for, I think it's Potts or Bird.
Kennedy, I believe.
Kennedy, third time a charm. Handball over the top now, no, it's okay. Pearson, good kick, out towards the wing position right in front of us here. We're on top of the play. Handball over the top. They've got a little bit of run. That's okay. Here's Feltham up towards the half-forward line, out in front, taking an easy mark. There's Rhett Jordan, the one glovesman.
I reckon he's got the journey here.
Quinton Lynch style with the glove.
If he was on the run, probably. He's kicked it right to the hot spot, going up unattended, though, that time. It was the big man, Ryan Young, who did well. Eyes only for the football. Squeezed it out wide. Blakey. Oh, sorry, it's Gall.
Oh, no.
He's coughed it up, and he's had a good game too. And now a chance for Norwood to go Goldwood, snap around the body. Has that got a curl on it? What a magnificent goal that was. And it's been put through there by Dixon. And I tell you what.
That's goal of the day.
That's the clubhouse leader for the Tobin brothers goal of the day. And a bit of breathing space. Well, not really. It's 4 points the margin, but they feel like they're probably on top a little bit here, Norwood, and that's a goal like that's going to create the spark.
Well, Ryan, Lockie Dixon's kicked 2 miracle goals so far this quarter, and Park Orchard, as BOS did so well, but Gall just not pushing back man on the mark, and Dixon he's a bit freakish.
And they get a lot of goals from their midfielders. I think Dixon's already kicked 7 or 8 for the season. You know, I think that's the thing for them. You know, without a real key forward that looks like they're going to take the game by storm, they're going to need more from Dixon and others.
He had 6 goals coming into the round as we're in the centre circles. We'll come to you in a second, Paul. 3 points the difference, Norwood in front. This game has been go-to-woe from the start. Blakey, long ball inside forward 50. Keppel couldn't bring it down. Busetto rode the pack well for Norwood in defence, and they clear their lines. This might be deliberate. If it goes out, it won't. It'll sit for Atkins. Couldn't get down low, hits his shin. Out of bounds for a boundary throw. And as we go to Paul in the score centre, quickly, mate.
Division 2, the Basin lead by 57 points over East Burwood, 103-46.
Oh, the bubble has burst for the Rams. Big day for the Bears. Blake Pearson, handball to Maloney. Can he break the Blakey tackle? He can. Got the handball to Atkins. Centre wing. Norwood, can they get 2 in a row? Jordan's the target. Mangano knocked out the back. Jordan, handball. He'll go back and get his own footy. Takes it over the line, deep in the forward pocket for Norwood. Almost in the time on here.
More around the grounds.
More scores. In Division 3, Glen Waverley lead over Whitehorse by 24 points, 55-31.
That's a bit of a boil over. Whitehorse looking to jump into the 4, and they're going to lose to Glen Waverley by the looks of it. Well done there in the ruck. Kennedy for Norwood. Maloney, handball to Blair Hudson. Goes the check side from 40 out. Won't have the journey. Smee got a fist on it. Knocked it out of bounds for a boundary throw in deep in the Norwood 450. All the pressure at the moment, Norwood. They need to capitalise while they can. They've had just 12 scoring shots to Park Orchard's 19 in this game, but they lead by 3 points. Of course, they sit 1-5 after a rough opening 6 week ends of the season. They need to start winning if they're going to trouble the top 6 this year. Kennedy tapped down, runner out the back. That is another great goal. Potts. That's the second goal of that man of this quarter. Great ruck work from Kennedy. Tapped it down to Potts. He gets his second of the term. Norwood jump out to a 9-point lead.
Let's go around the grounds with Paul.
So in Division 3, Coldstream lead Waverley Blues by 8 points, 63 to 55, and Warrandyte lead Scoresby by 14 points, 45 to 31.
Ooh, some close games there.
Norwood's ruck work in the forward 50 has been absolutely exceptional. There's a couple of stoppages now where they've gotten the clear ruck tap, gone to advantage, and completely paid dividends for it.
Blakey Tennant, the stats.
Yeah, the pressure is definitely lifted towards Norwood's way. They've laid 4 tackles this quarter already. It's great to see already, and you can definitely tell on the scoreboard right now. Bit of pressure coming on to Park Orchard. So the tables have definitely turned. Back to
Time on, and it's now Wilson getting the handball out to Blakey, who goes inside forward 50, getting down and taking a strong mark was Connor Hickey. Magnificent that was. And he's been peppering the goals. Well, he had a shot only moments ago, but he'll go back, and they really do need this answer.
Yep.
He's in range here, BWS, don't you reckon?
He's definitely within range. No doubt about that. And I think the kick that he did only a few minutes back will set him in good stead here. As Hickey will kick from virtually 50 metres. On the right boot now, set sail. That's a magnificent kick. It had the carry. It had the distance. It had the straightness. I couldn't work out the word there, but he's kicked a goal. Accuracy, thank you, Giggles. That's the word I was looking for.
They needed it, didn't they?
And they get themselves back within. They get themselves back within 4 points and the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 22 gone.
Yeah, it makes a difference when you can get those sort of guys involved, Hickey and Brosnack, and just be able to hit their targets up forward. They've probably been a bit of a chaos kick inside 50 for most of the afternoon.
Absolutely. That was a tough kick too, right on the junction of the 50, right in the forward pocket as well. Wind against him. Very important goal.
There's been some big moments in this game so far. There's still a quarter of footy to go as Kapanki went up, hit out straight in the hands of Wilson, gave it to Jay Whitnish, gave it back to Wilson, and they clear to half forward. Underneath this footy for Norwood was Michael Pearson, who's been good. Jay Whitnish followed up his hard work, got the ball inside 450. Armfield on the lead. Gathered it brilliantly. Runs in, open goal.
Yes.
Park Orchard's back in front. Dennis Armfield, he just trapped the footy and slinked past him. This is the Tobin Brothers goal of the day. It's up there. Didn't quite get the mark, just yoinked it away from Liam Daly and ran into an open goal. That'll be on the TikTok, Blakey.
Very good call, Blake.
Boundary.
As we go down boundary side.
Yeah, boys, it looks like they've made the change. Armfield is now holding the forward line by himself, or full forward, and Everett's moved up to the wing.
Ooh. Paul, score centre.
Division 4, Surrey Park lead by 15 points over Croydon North, 67 to 52.
Thank you, Paul. So we're back in the centre circles. 3 points the difference.
What an entertaining game. It's well selected. I tell you what, as it now chance for Park Orchards to go forward again, diving on top of the football, there was Blakey. Rhett Jordan came in to barge his way through. Blakey went after it again. He was picked up not picked up, but wrapped up by Young and co.
Three-quarter time at Jubilee Park. Ringwood 49, South Balray 51. Top of the table clash there in Division 2.
Damien Sully throws the ball aloft. Big man there, Kapanki, got the knockdown. Chance for the Sharks to go forward again. They've owned the last couple of minutes or so. Nicely picked up there by Keppel, who had time and then squeezed the ball inside forward 50. Armfield's out in front. He was just too strong. The veteran coach, he's got the nous, doesn't he? And in big moments, he's able to step up.
Would you say he's got the guile?
He's got the guile. He's got the hair.
It's a guile off.
This would be massive main.
This will be goal number 15 for the year for Dennis Armfield.
He's third for the afternoon. This will give him a fair old bit of momentum as we hit the 24-minute mark of this third term. They call it the Premiership quarter. It's the one you need to win. Comes in now. He's directly in front, and he makes no mistake. Yes, he does. He kicked it really hard. Too hard.
He does. You can still tell how much better of a kick he is than anyone else on the ground. Like you said, off the boot, it's just different.
3 points is the margin as Pearson brings the ball back in.
So go along the centre wing. Big numbers fly. It seems like Norwood the red time is their time to sort of wobble. As Bisetto gave the handball back to Daly at left half back, high up and under. Kapanki's under it. They didn't talk. He didn't talk, and Bennell swoops. Centre wing. He dropped the footy. He got it back. Incredible piece of play there. He's got Dixon in the centre circles. Gets it to him. He's got someone out wide. He'll ignore him. Go the handball. He want the 1-2 here. Dixon, he got it back.
Yeah, you're beauty.
And Jay Whitney said bang. Not even ball. It's a ball up.
Very lucky.
No way.
Jay Whitnish just went bang, drove him into the ground. That was a frantic couple of minutes there with the two Park Orchards big men not talking. Nonetheless, Jordan got the clearance. Long ball inside forward 50. Can Norwood get a mark from this? They can't. Evan Smead will rebound. Handball to Matt George. Handball over the top to Hartnett. He sweeps it wider. And they've got him out there in Haythorne, who chips it up the line to Mason Whitnish, who takes a strong mark.
They do not pay holding the ball anymore. It's been very evident all season.
The crowd really rose too with it.
It's frustrating. Everett takes the mark. He's right on the wing, right in front of our boundary riders out there who are snoozing in this third term.
Well, no one's gotten injured.
It's not all about the injuries. You've got to sneak up and listen to what the coaches have to say. As the short passes
I have a
on.
feeling, looking at Marty Pascal leaning out the window, I don't think you have to sneak up to hear him at the moment.
Gall goes short. Wilson. He's got a player out wide. As if on cue, let's go boundary side.
Actually, boys, Marty Pascal escaped me. He got upstairs and actually asked one of the players what the message was, and he turned around at me and he says, I can't remember.
That's not good.
He's your mate, Matt. That's Bryce Inglis on the right boot. That's a beautiful kick just out into space. That's unforgivable by the defence there of Norwood just to have such a 20, 25 metres as Whitnish had just that space to run into and take one on the chest.
Yeah, that'll be, again, late in each quarter. It seems like Norwood, they just get, whether they don't have the fitness or they just switch off a little bit. It was the turnover from, I think it was West or Feltham in the second quarter, and then just lax defending.
Mason Whitnish, wouldn't he like to get amongst it? They lead by 3. They lead by 4.
They are letting them off the
impressive
hook.
game so far.
Both the Whitnishes have been good.
27 gone. It's 58-62.
There's 2 out there, Ryan, so they might have tricked you. But they have both been good, Jay and Mason. They're both about 4'8".
Who was that one?
That was Mason.
That was Mason.
They're both about 4'8" as well, so you can get confused. So Norwood, 27 and a half minutes gone in this third term. Pearson goes out wide looking for Feltham. Good strong mark. Surely got to be paid. Umpire says no. Blair Hudson missed the tackle, and Keppel's got it. Low ball inside 450. Armfield front spot. Worked its way to the back. Handball to Prozenak. Good tackle from Lockie Dixon. And Norwood can clear their lines. They come out of defensive 50 to the far wing. Blake Pearson, the target out there. Looks to have put the long sleeves on, has he? Got a shove. That's not Blake Pearson. Apologies. They pile in there. And they'll get a ball up. As we go to Paul Yukoni in the score centre.
3-quarter time score in Division 1. Lilydale lead by 2 points, 36-34 over Montrose.
Don't tell Blake that, Paul. He's within striking distance. Can Lilydale get a boil over? They've been better than their record so far this year. But we're back here at Mullen. Maloney with the clearance. Check side down the line. He's slapped out of bounds. Centre wing will have a ball in. 28 and a half minutes gone. 5 points the difference. Park Orchard's in front as we go down to Besto. Or Scott. We go down to someone.
Sorry, my headphones just cut out, boys. It's actually Kieran West on the long sleeves, just for your interest. Yeah.
Thank you, Besto. Keep that in mind. Up they go again. Good hit out. Prozenak lays the tackle. And the umpire says, give it to me. 3-quarter time. It's going to be an interesting chat. See what Armfield and Pass come up with for their sides. As Edwards is tackled by Maloney. Then Maloney follows up with another tackle on Hartnett. Mangano's handball was smothered. And there is the 3-quarter time siren. Norwood 9-4-58. Park Orchards 8-15-63 here. Premier Division clash. Ben Warren-Smith will give you the goal kickers.
3 goals to Andreas Everett and 2 goals to Dennis Armfield, with one of the best steals you will see in local football. Singles to Gall, Livingston and Connor Hickey, while the home side Norwood, we've got 2 majors to Daniel Potts, who had a great third term. Dylan Felton has 2 singles to Maloney, Pearson, Dixon and Bennell. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast today right across our media outlets. There's 3 quarters gone. There's 1 to go right across the east as you go local for your football. Stay tuned. We'll be back in a moment.
Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Welcome back to Mullamum Reserve, Eastland EFL Match of the Round. It's Norwood 9458, Park Orchards 81563. As we go to Paul in the score centre.
In Premier Division, Vermont lead by 4 points over Berwick, 65-61. Noble Park lead over Blackburn by 24 points, 82-58. Rowville lead by 6 points at three-quarter time over Doncaster East, 68-62. And South Croydon lead Doncaster by 3 points, 56-53.
Thank you very much there, Paul. We're awaiting, I'm not sure which boundary rider's got the mic, we're awaiting one of them to interview the coaches out there. It's been an enthralling game, though, Willem Ryan. It really opened up in that third quarter.
Absolutely, it did. I think the pressure probably went up a notch, and with that, yeah, as you said, the scoring. I think the big thing for me, just with Norwood, they keep fading. They have faded now in the second and third quarter. I just absolutely hope that we don't see with them what happened. I think the last goal that was conceded, shot on goal that was conceded, 25 metres out from your own goal. You cannot be leaving space for players to be leading into. That's something I hope they patch up in defence, but other than that, it's going to be a ripping contest.
And we've noted in the pre-game of how strong Park Orchard's finish games off. So, you'll be looking for that. But they've had 10 more scoring shots than Norwood. So they've had owned the most of the play up
But
forward.
have they had really clean ones?
No, not really. I don't think they've hit too many targets.
It doesn't feel like they should be 5 goals up.
No, it doesn't feel like. But Norwood, to their credit, when they have moved the ball well, especially off the half-back line, they've been able to link up, and hit those targets and make the most of their opportunities.
And Norwood's still in the huddle. It'll be an emotional talk here. It'll be about emotion, won't it? Because at the moment, they have to win this game. They lose this game, and it's going to be a pretty soul-searching next few weeks.
It's much bigger for them. Obviously, Park Orchards, there's no real expectations on them this year.
As we go boundary side to Brett Bested.
Thanks, boys. Marty Pascali. Marty, looking to up the tackling pressure in this last quarter?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's probably one thing that we can really hang our hat on, that if we can improve that, just in and around the ball. I mean, it's been a great game in terms of up and back all day. And, I mean, it's the first side that can probably kick a couple and then, keep it in their forward half. That's probably going to do a hell of a lot to try and win.
Any positional changes in this last quarter?
Yeah, we're probably going to look at putting a couple forward that we think can help us kick a winning score and then, manipulate a couple behind the ball. So we'll see how it goes, but we're certainly going to go down swinging.
Thanks, mate.
We'll go quickly to the Stats Centre with Blake, and then we'll cross down to Scott Hardy to tell us what was said at the Park Orchards huddle.
Just with that third quarter, we have Park Orchards with 5 clearances and Norwood 1. Inside 50s, this is massive again. The inside 50s, Park Orchards are absolutely destroying Norwood with the inside 50s. Got 9 inside 50s to 3. But, of course, on the scoreboard, Norwood did that. And the tackles 2 to 3 as well. Back to you.
Scotty, what have you got from Park Orchards huddle, mate?
Yeah, thanks, boys. It was the main message was keep running, look for the run and go and dig deep. They want to play it their way, and they're confident they'll back themselves for the win here.
Well, Dylan Atkins has gone on the wing. One of the tallest wingmen I've seen in a while. Smack bang in the middle of Mullum here. Final quarter action, Premier Division. Both sides need a win to keep their finals hopes alive. And Atkins gets straight into the action, lays a tackle just forward of the centre circles. We'll go for a repeat stoppage. There's been some miraculous goals in this game. Lockie Dixon kicked 2 rippers.
Your man.
And then Dennis Armfield with probably the goal of the day with that little steal, wasn't it? As we have another stoppage. Blake Pearson's check side in the second quarter. We've had, we've only had the 17 goals, but we've had some rippers.
What do we think about Everett on the wing for Park Orchards? I think I'd rather him up forward.
Both sides have gone with a tall on the wing, so I'm not sure what's going on here. As Hudson got out the back of the pack for Norwood and floated one up towards centre half forward, but Matt George takes the mark for Park Orchard. Started slow, did George, but he's come into the game. Blakey, handball. Here's the run and gun. Smead took on the tackler. Drives it inside forward 50. Tweedy backs back, and then Prosenac flew. And Liam Daly takes the defensive mark and goes quickly to Atkins. On left half back for Norwood. There was that run and gun from Park Orchards. Evan Smead was the one then. Down the line towards Jordan. Kicks over the top. Ryan Young got a fist on it. Kapanki took on Dixon and Jordan just dropped it. Umpire said play on. We'll have a ball up on centre wing.
Who do we think from here, Matt?
Look, I tell you what, I think what's going to happen is Norwood will hit the front and then it'll be a tense 5 or 10 minutes because they know they don't finish well. But also the way Park Orchard's just linked up with the handball there, I don't think that either team's going to go defensive here. As Maloney sharks it straight from the hit out there and just bursts away from the pack. Low ball inside forward 50. Who's it looking for? I think it was looking for Patterson, But it ends up going in the hands of the Sharks, and Blakey once again comes away with it right half back. Goes down the line, no one in particular the target. Prosenac came across from the side. Armfield will try to get the crumbs, but it's Young, Dan Young. Got the handball to Hudson, who was immediately tackled by Kapanki. And then Mason Whitnish flicks it forward. Daly to Tweedy, under pressure. Got the kick around to centre wing. It'll bounce into the corridor. It might set up for Feltham if he can get there. It bounces a couple of times. He's got Maloney in support. That's a throw, umpire. Holding the ball.
You
Park
tell him,
Orchards get the free kick through Ryan Young.
So Young, this way, that way, then decides to just go direct. It's probably the smart option too. It's a thumping kick too, inside forward 50. Who's going to be at the fall of the ball? The handball was intended for Keppel, came in Whitnish. He got quickly wrapped up and he's going to be pinged as well. They do pay it.
They've heard you.
The wonders will never cease. Atkins, the recipient, just inside the defensive arc for Norwood. Leading by 5 points, the home side on the left boot. Just so Del Santo casual like that kick was. It was. As it came out, and Rhett Jordan just had that nous to handball over the top into his teammate there in Hudson, who got it back to Jordan just in the nick of time. Snapped around the body up towards the half-forward line. Had to be a good mark too. And it was just that. Patterson, he wants to waste no time either. Drives the ball inside forward 50. Who's going to clunk one at the fall of the ball? Nicely done there by Smead. He's had a good game. Thumped it on his boot, but he's kicked it straight down the throat there of Rhett Jordan, who... He's just a general. He's telling them where to go. Little fadeaway handball. He gave it away towards the young direction, who looked like a dinosaur, and eventually goes over the top of it, and we'll have a ball up.
Yeah, Big Dobson, the ruckman. I don't think he likes anything below the knees. Can Michael Wen take a clunk finally inside 450?
He's due.
You'd hope so. Jordan from the stoppage, brought to ground pretty quickly, just dropped his legs, hoping for a free. Umpire said, been there, done that.
Quick score, Paul.
Division 1, Moral lead 96-39. East Ringwood lead over Wanturna South 104-25, and Mitcham lead 71-20 over.
Did you say East Ringwood by 114-25?
104-25.
104. Oh, that's okay then.
Not bad.
I talked up Wani South all week. I said they're better than
Yeah,
their results look, but maybe not. 79 points of difference. East Ringwood flexing their muscles. Them and Mooroolbar cantering away, especially if Mitcham get that win over Croydon. Good work from Paul in the score centre. Thrown in right in front of us on centre wing. Mason Whitnish came through, later tackle, but Atkins got the handball out. Wilson, though, will end up picking the ball for the Sharks. Torps it inside forward 50. Oh, Tweedy. Oh. That is a great mark, Tristan Tweedy.
He's in my votes.
Yeah, he's been fantastic.
All day.
I think it's first week back from COVID as well. So he's bucking Brash's trend of players struggling their first week back.
Played a game and a half.
He has. Out wide, looking for Dobson on debut. Did well to force a stoppage against Kapanki, who's Box Hill listed. So Dobson has had a tough opponent first up. Paul, as we go to the score centre.
Division 2, the Basin lead by 52 points over East Burwood, 104-52. Templestowe lead over Baronia, 59-42, and Mulgrave lead over Knox, 67-46 by 21 points.
A couple of interesting results there, especially the Tempe one, as Atkins rove the hit out and gave it off to Feltham, slapped it on the boot towards half forward for Norwood. Patterson's coming out. He's had a pretty hot start to this last quarter. Wheels and goes from 60, pops it out in the Blake Pearson direction. Everett coming across, got a hand on it. Smead, handball to Haythorne, left foot ball to space. It'll sit up for Mason Blakey, and the Sharks might be away if it does sit. Eventually, pokes it forward. Both defences are doing incredibly well. Livingston, will he be paid the mark? He will. Half-forward flank, Tom Livingston. His old man is director of footy at Richmond. Low ball inside 450 to Keppel. Thought you'd like that, right?
Yeah, I did.
Keppel from 50, short ball, looking for Prosenac, running through. Got met in a tackle, broke it. Handball. Can Hickey? Is it Hickey? It's Whitnish. He's missed it. He didn't like it off the boot at all. So, after all that, 5.5 minutes gone. Norwood 9-4-58, Park Orchards 8-16-64.
Those goals are so deceptive down there.
Well, the goalpost not really moving.
It's weird.
Stagnant.
Great word, Will. 3 behinds for Mason Whitnish today.
Feltham of the Dillon variety. Spotted up Jordan. So Jordan wants to go into the middle of the ground. There's nobody home. That was an absolute shocker of a kick. So a chance to repel now for the Sharks. Handball over the top. They've coughed it up though. Wow, strong tackle. Gonski, Dylan Feltham. Great tackle there by Whitnish. Got the handball away. It was a scrappy one, but he had time. Inside forward 50. The Sharks, can they get their noses back in front here? It was a 2-on-1 situation, and he did really well, did Keppel. But he was brought to ground, and you have to pay that. Pearson did well. He had the poise. And all of a sudden, they've started paying it. Someone's given him a call at three-quarter time.
Well, you did disappear at three-quarter time.
So Pearson in the defensive zone goes back to the top of the goal square. It's okay if you're going to do that and you've got the players by themselves. So now in the arms of Tweedy, switches it out wide. It's okay too.
Good mark. Rhett
Jordan, his second half has been super.
Yeah.
So 7 minutes tick over. It's a 6-point ball game out here. The home side Norwood have the points at the moment. But it's going to go down to the wire. You just got that feeling. You expect the lead to change a few times. Park Orchard, sorry.
But there's a free kick going to Norwood.
Apologies for that.
That's all right.
Looking in a mirror.
You do that a lot.
Not doing my hair, that's for sure. Patterson on the right boot, kicks the ball inside forward 50. At the fall of the ball, Jordan, the man of the moment. Can he bring a miracle goal back? Can he bring it through? What a We just gave him the biggest rap ever. Look at him fist bump the boys. And I tell you what, there's the clubhouse leader. That's not going to get beaten. And that just might be what sparks them into...
you can't spin it out.
I know, and I've still got a bit of Malteser in there too.
That is an unbelievable goal, Will Faulkner.
Seriously good goal. Against the grain, I'd argue, from a seriously tough pocket. Far right pocket. Snapped it the wrong way, really, from 45. And it's just gone straight through the big guts.
And the goal umpire did the right thing because he let us know where the ball was going. We always knew it was a goal because he stayed between the big ones. Paul in the score centre.
Division 3, White Horse lead over Glen Waverley, 57-55.
So Busetto in the centre circle has got the clearance for Norwood. Andreas Everett back with the flight. This game has gone up a notch once again. It scores level at the moment, 64 apiece.
Could be a draw.
After that Rhett Jordan miracle goal from 40 metres out, just wobbled it through. And Michael Wen did well there, created the contest to bring it to ground.
What do you need to do?
He's been quiet all day, but if he can juke one and kick a goal here, Michael Wen, they won't care at all.
Just make a contest. That's,
exactly right.
what he needs.
They've got Pearson and co at ground level as Haythorne goes to centre wing for Park Orchards. Keppel, good mark in front of Tweedy. Been a great battle all day right in front of our boundary riders. Scott Hardy and Jamie Bennell just having a conversation there as Kane Keppel goes inside forward 50. Target is Hickey. It'll get out the back. Can Kampanki get there? Kemp gathered it. Spun around. Daly, left footer. Got his handball just in time to Hudson on the last line of defence. He's going to step it through, is he? And the umpire says, rush behind. Dennis Armfield. Armfield sort of knew. He's like, I'm too close.
Played that very well.
It was well done by Blair Hudson. And they'll go immediately. Michael Pearson takes the kick out and finds that man, Rhett Jordan. He has lifted the skipper. Right left half back towards Blake Pearson. Smead does well, bodied him out of it, but will it set up for Blair Hudson? It will. That's going to be high.
Decision.
Has to be high. Umpire says play on now. Blake Pearson's got it. 1 bounce, 2 bounce. Push in the back. The Dominarians can't believe it. They were up. Blake Pearson's got the free for a push in the back. He probably didn't need that second bounce, to be honest.
It was a free kick.
It was a free kick.
It was.
But the crowd, they were riding it like a wave.
This game is going up notch by notch, boys.
So Pearson's got it 70 from home. Where are his options? Low drilling ball. It's out the back. Is it Mark taken?
Yep.
Oh,
great mark.
Mark taken. Is it the ruckman on debut? No, it's Kennedy. Diving mark. It went over the head of Patterson. And after all that, Norwood can kick away to a 5-point lead.
Great mark.
That is a great mark.
Taking him at second slip, I reckon.
This has been a fantastic game of football. And to think neither of these two sides are in the top 6. How good are the teams above them?
Yeah, correct.
So, Lachlan Kennedy, 20 metres out, slide angle to make it 2 in a row for the Wooders. Give them a 5-point lead. Kennedy. Will it squeeze home? It will. Norwood kicked 2 in a row. 11 minutes gone in the last quarter. They are 11-4-70. Park Orchards 8-17-65.
They needed a start because we know Park Orchards will come back. They've always had a strong end to the quarters in the last 3 quarters. So expect them. It's definitely not over yet. You'd back Park Orchards to take the lead back as well.
They've had 10 more scoring shots. Park Orchards. Let's go boundary side.
Yeah, boys, Andreas Everett's been off the last sort of 5 minutes in the hands of the trainers, just speaking of soreness in his chest or towards the right-hand side. So keep an eye on him, but he's off. The goal scorer is off.
From boundary side to around the grounds.
Got some more Division 3 scores. Waverley Blues lead Coldstream by 24 points, 87-63. Warrandyte lead over Scoresby by 19 points, 57-38, and Donvale lead over Ferntree Gully by 3 points, 64-61.
Oh, good game there down at Donvale. Is pretty much where my scooter ran out of juice. As it comes up now, as Bennell inside forward 50, free kick going the way of Rhett Jordan. It's good as a be advantage paid.
Scores, Jared Beanland around the grounds at Jubilee. It's Southborough by 21 points. Tim Smith has 5 goals, and Vermont lead by 8 points, 75-67, thanks to Katie Green.
2 kicks from home. Jordan goes out wide. It was a beauty. Dylan Atkins. He's got a fair old roost on him, Atkins. He's going for home. It's going all the way. This has gone through, you little beauty. It's got the distance.
Play on.
Oh my God. The theatre of it all.
It is all happening.
Touched on the line.
That looked unbelievable off the boot. Seriously good cannon on the left boot.
he didn't back himself initially. If I could kick it that far, I'd never pass it. So out come the Sharks.
One goal the margin.
It's got to centre wing. Michael Pearson gets back. He's under pressure. Got his kick away just in time to Atkins. He can almost kick it from here. Handball over the top to Lockie Dixon. He steps his man. What a turn from Dixon. Runs to 60. Low ball inside forward 50. Who can take the mark? Is it Jordan? Oh. Brought it to ground. Wants a free kick. Nothing doing. And now it's out to Haythorn for the Sharks. Under pressure from Atkins. Atkins to Michael Pearson. Handball over the top. They'll have another crack here. The Wooders, they're all over him. Kennedy off the boot. He didn't meet him. It might work out. West bounced off his chest out of bounds for a throw-in. Paul Yaconi in the score centre.
Got some Divisions 4 scores. Surrey Park lead over Croydon North by 28 points, 81 to 53. And Churnside Park lead Nunawading 74 to 46.
Thank you, Paul.
Hope you're enjoying the broadcast. It's going to go down to the wire here. It's been close all day. We've really enjoyed it. Hope you have too. Whitnish paddling it to his advantage. Little toe poke and then a fresh air shot to boot. And the umpire's going to come in and ball this one up.
Just want to quickly go around the desk, boys. Who do we think is going to win it from here?
I tipped Norwood at the start of the day. Got to stick with him at the moment. But I honestly think BWS said the draw before. It could be a sneaky chance.
Run.
I'm happy to still back Norwood.
Norwood for me as well, as charging his way through there. Dixon coughed it up, kicked down the wing position. There's just Norsman upon Norsman here. It's picked up there by Quinlivan. Got it away to Tweedy. Tweedy's up and under kick, goes up towards the half-forward line. And sat there for an eternity. Dixon came in, but he was gag tackled by a couple of Sharks. They were swimming around. They were after him, and they got him.
That's the 6th holding ball for the quarter, Ben. Your message has got out to him.
Whitnish takes the mark, and he takes off to the races as well. He has a bounce. He nearly lost it. He might have another one here as he drives the ball up. The handball goes towards Price Inglis, who got it over the top. Here's Prosenak. Prosenak kicks it to the top of the goal square. Will it come back? It won't. It will go through for a behind. It might be a valuable point, though.
Handy.
14 and a half gone. It's 5 points the margin out here as we go boundary side.
Everett back on the field, boys. Keep an eye on him. He's still a little bit proppy, but back on.
Where's he going to?
He's standing on the wing still, so that's where they've kept him, and he's floating around.
Thank you, Scotty. Quinlivan goes out to the pocket, and Daly, who's been impressive, to Busetto. Short ball. Might work out in the end to Feltham. Not initially how he would have liked it, but nonetheless, they get it to right half-back with Quinlivan, up to centre wing, and marking his pots. Players are out on their feet here, and there's still about 10 or so minutes to go. Long down the line, one-on-one. Is that Blake Pearson? He's done incredibly well against Matt George. Been a great matchup all day. Handball out from West. Maloney, poking ball. It's 1 against 3. Here can the Nord 1 win. That might be a free kick. Has to be. It is. The Nord 1-1 out there.
I don't know about
James Feltham.
What was it for?
I think maybe just high contact. We'll watch on the replay here. It was a nice poking ball from Maloney. 1 on 3, yeah. Magnano didn't really do anything wrong, but his hip collided with the head there of Feltham. Not really at fault, Magnano. It just sort of happened. So, James Feltham, he's about 55 from home. Handballs it off. Then a low drilling ball. It's another Norwood mark, is it?
Oh, he took it.
Yes, it is.
He took it.
On about the third grab.
He did it again.
Lockie Kennedy. It was a low drilling ball there. It was Feltham to Feltham. Dylan fired it in. I think the initial target was Jordan. The kick just swung onto the chest of Lockie Kennedy. Another slip catch.
Loves the diver. Growing up, he must have had the old green on the jeans.
Yeah. Swimming pool, maybe.
His mum would have done a lot of washing, I reckon.
Absolutely. But, yeah, that one bounced off the chest but clung to it. This is that 2 in a row, or 3 in a row, really, that Norwood needed at the start of this quarter.
Locked in, Ben.
Push it away to 11 points. Ben loves them mods, though. So Kennedy directly in front. No, he liked it. Speaking of Anthony Rocker, Kennedy
you're welcome, Park Orchards.
He is livid with the goal umpire, but it is one straight kick the difference. 11-6, 72 Norwood. Park Orchards 8-8, 66. We'll go to Paul in the score centre quickly before Best on the boundary.
In Premier Division, Bowen lead by 144 points, 163 to 19 over North Ringwood.
Park Orchards go up towards the half-forward line. We'll get to Besto shortly. Over the back it goes, but the Norsemen have got the numbers here. Go up. Daly's been brought to ground. You've got to pay it. You paid every other one. Oh.
Umpire's blindsided there.
Let's cross down boundary side quickly.
Thanks, boys. James Feldham's just come from the field. He's just limping, so I'll keep an eye on him. He's just stretching at the moment.
45 metres out.
Crowd's up here.
From the Park Orchards goal line.
All raised from their seats here.
What's taking so long?
It's the theatre. You love the theatre.
Umpire throws it in. Wrestling their way to the front spot. Kepper was there. That's a high tackle that time. You would have seen that one on Hartnett, who's going to go back, and you're silly not to have a kick here unless someone's coming past for the handball off.
Seriously against the grain here if he can slot this one.
Looks like quite a young man too, Lex Hartnett.
This will be just his range. The moment's his. These are the ones you dream about. He comes in now, he sets sail for goal, and he misses it. Oh, these crucial misses in this last quarter. They're going to come back to haunt some players. Bendigo Bank scoreboard, 18 minutes gone here in the final term. It's a 5-point lead to the home side, Norwood.
Thanks to everyone joining us here, even on Facebook, YouTube, SEN App and Eastern FM 98.1. Tweedy played on, went along to the far wing, and a good strong mark taken out there.
Great mark.
Kennedy, is it? He's been everywhere this quarter.
Can't drop it.
Goes further down the line. What's the one-on-one? Rhett Jordan dive, couldn't bring it in. Magnano.
Well done.
Did really well against the experience of Jordan. Poked it up the line. Kicked towards Hickey and Keppel. Got Atkins for company. Handball. Dixon stepped into the tackle. He'll want a ball up, and he'll get a ball up. Just forward of centre wing for Park Orchards. Paul in the score centre.
Premier Division, Rowville lead Doncaster East by 3 points, 77 to 74.
We'll keep those updates coming, Paul. That is a crucial game. Ball up. Park Orchard side of centre wing. Blakey, handball. Whitnish, inside forward 50. No, just to the flank. Great mark, Liam Daly. They could be out here. They've got numbers for the switch if Daly wants to go. He's a bit slow getting up. He'll play on the left footer. Go to Hudson. Attacking. Hudson's got Dan Young. If he wants him, he'll use him. So they've switched it to the left half back flank. Kemp's kept working up on centre wing. Young wants the 50-metre penalty. Umpire Damien Sully said play on. Kemp goes to the corridor, dangerous kick. Can West take the mark? Got crunched in a Sharks tackle.
Nice.
Maloney came through, got legged. Handball. Umpire says play on. Feltham, is it? Inside forward 50. Jordan's the target. That's where he kicked that miracle goal from, and it goes out of bounds for a boundary thrown right half forward for the Wooders. 5 points of difference. We've just ticked into time on in the last.
Just the experience from Maloney there. They were outnumbered in that middle
dangerous
of the ground.
kick from
Three
Kemp.
Sharks there, so lucky to get away with it, but very strong play, Maloney.
Sorry, mate.
So I was going to say almost a carbon copy of what we saw at Park Orchards do in the second quarter, right before half-time.
Picked up by Maloney, who got the handball away to his teammate there in Bennell, brought to ground. Might have to restart this one, Dan Beard. Throws it up now. You'd expect a lot of players going to be following the football in these last 6-7 minutes as a kick goes towards Jordan, who kicks it out of bounds on the full.
It must have been touched off the boot there.
Yeah, I think so. It has to have been. There was no other option.
Either that or it wasn't far enough.
He has absolutely lifted this quarter, hasn't he, though, Ben?
He's been super. And that's what you want from your experienced players, your veterans, your skippers. They've got to stand up when it counts. As the kick goes across the face here, George has a bounce when he didn't need to. And takes his time and then just poked it, and nicely done too, because the mark has been taken by Edwards.
Low ball inside. Dangerous, but it got there in the end. They're using the corridor, both sides. Kicked in, get to Keppel on the full, and then it bounced up. He follows up the work there. Keppel took on a couple of tacklers, did incredibly well. Kicked it to space. Busetto should get there first. Hickey will close on him. Busetto does gather. Does a little bit of a Benji Marshall little flick step and got rid of Hickey, and they'll switch it immediately. Daly to Blair Hudson. Left back pocket for Norwood. They lead by 5 points. 21 minutes gone. They lose this. They cannot make finals this year, Norwood. Short ball to West, and he was closed down by Price Inglis. Glenn Waverley lead by 3 points. 22 minutes gone. Out there against Whitehorse. Ludale have just won on the siren by 2 points. Blakey, Tennant, Montrose and Monty South both have crucial losses while Mitcham get a big win. Division 1 heating up, but we're in Premier Division. Dobson won it down for Norwood. And then Hudson's wrapped up. Left half back for the Wooders. 5 points the difference. 21 and a half minutes gone. Norwood in front.
Really important for Park Orchards to make the most of this opportunity. Goal scoring's almost crept up on an 8-9-10 they've kicked.
Well, they could get their noses back in front if they can get a goal as the kick goes out of that danger zone. It's still across the half-forward line for the Sharks. Over the top of it there was Hickey. Played for the free kick. Got it.
It's a hard
in fact,
one.
it's George.
I don't think the home faithful
didn't get that one. Yeah, no, George got the free. So they haven't listened to him.
Oh, no.
And he's just kicked it straight into the man in the mark. He didn't actually. He kicked it to the man in the mark, and he couldn't. Pearson was
it's
so.
on here. The crowd.
It's firing up. Look at him. There's 7 cans in the crowd at this stage. We're in the last
I reckon
quarter.
those blokes in the front row needed a couple of cans, to be honest. They're straight out of high school.
Umpire to throw it in now. Now the Bronx Cheers are coming as well. little bit of argy-bargy, never hurt anybody. It's all in the heat of the moment as George quickly wrapped up and another ball up as we have around the grounds. It better be Donny East 1.
No, it's in Division 2. Templestowe lead by 13 points, 71 to 58 over Baronia.
Big boil over that one.
As Pearson slowly picks himself up. Dan Beard blows time back on as the Rucks go at it. Charging through there was Prozenak, couldn't quite trap the pill. He might get another go at it out wide here as he's given away a free kick, and it's going to go to James Feltham.
Big free kick. Well done to Norwood because
going to take his time too.
That was a game-breaking moment there.
So he might go backwards here, suck up some of the clock as Dylan Feltham kicks it down the line. Up towards the wing position. Big fly at the top. At the fall, the ball there was Pearson, who ran away with it. Just got boot to ball in time. It's a scrambling kip, but it got some good distance. Jordan was there. He gave the little fend off. Handball over the top there, looking for Patterson. He left it alone. He might get another goal to Jordan. Diving on top of it, just trying to keep it. Second, third effort was magnificent. Fourth effort, dropped the ball. Could have almost been pinged for holding it. Umpire said play on. An up and under kick that might go towards the George direction, but fisted away timely by Blake Pearson. Magnificent. That's exactly what he needed to do around the grounds.
In Premier Division, Rowville lead by 5 points over Doncaster East, 80 to 75, and Vermont lead over Berwick by 7 points, 75 to 68.
Thank you there, Paul.
5 points here, Matt Podio. There can't be too long left.
South Belgrave won by 26 over Ringwood, 101 to 75. Tim Smith the star with 5 as Park Orchards clear their lines to centre wing. Prozenak the skipper is escorted over the boundary line by Michael Pearson. 24 and a half minutes gone. 5-point leaders Norwood, despite Park Orchards kicking 19 behinds.
Who picked Park Orchards today?
Just Besto and Scotty, the two boundary riders, brothers in arms down there. As we ball it in right in front of the vocal crowd.
Besto loves Park Orchards.
A great exhibition of local football, this one. Tapped down by Livingston in the ruck. Maloney came through. Nice. Little kick around the corner. Good hand on it. Will it set up for Norwood? It will. Handball off to West. He's got a runner. Slept on the left boot. Jordan flies. Couldn't bring it to ground. What can the Sharks do? Comes to Kennedy of Norwood. Under pressure.
Last quarter's been
Handball.
Good.
Busetto got ridden by Hartnett. And umpire says, give it to me. Jumped into his back like a koala there, Hartnett.
Kennedy's efforts and his final term has been massive.
They might have unearthed a bit of a centre-half forward here. They've lacked a power forward all year, Norwood. Kennedy's stepped up this quarter. Livingston and Dobson. It's cleared by Wilson of Park Orchards. Tweedy got a fist, or did he take the mark? He just stepped through him like a steeplechase and went inside forward 50. Tumbling ball. Blake Pearson will want it. Won't get to him in the end. Steps out of a couple. Poking ball. Bennell was there, ignored him. Matt George will gather it for the Sharks. He's under pressure from Jordan.
He coughed it up.
Byron says the umpire. It'll roll towards the boundary line. It's kept in by Cridland. No one's under pressure. So he just kicks it on the left boot. Pearson's underneath this. Blake for Norwood marks it.
He's been super as well in his final term.
60 from home. He reckons he's having a shot. He's lying. He is absolutely lying, Blake Pearson. He cannot kick this.
Well, he might be having a shot, but he might not make the distance.
Well, that's a good point. He wants to take the 30. Goes short in the end to Feltham. Dylan. Norwood have done incredibly well if they pinch this to keep Park Orchards goalless in the last, but I might be going early. Pops it up to the hot spot. Bennell's got the sit. I said play on now. Blakey's got it for Park Orchards.
Here they go. And they're away now as it comes out. Beautifully done. Down the wing position they go. Up towards the half-forward line, bouncing football. Where's Armfield? He needs to barge his way through. Oh, it was super play there by the Norsemen. They've got the numbers as well, driving themselves out through the half-back line, and they're chopped off again now by Keppel. He's been pretty quiet. He might get 25. There's a siren. It's over. Norwood have won. The home side have won a 26-minute final term, just as Park Orchards were having one last throw of the dice inside 50. The home side have got up. Congratulations to the Norwood Football Club. Victors today by 5 points, 11-6-72 to 8-19. 67, holding Park Orchards goalless in the final term.
Huge last effort there by Michael Pearson just to win that ball against Armfield and be able to clear it out. Although it turned it over, but it was just that contest there.
He was good all day, Michael Pearson.
He was. It's just that contest there to win that and stop them from having one last shot. That's really impressive. They were all over them in that last quarter. They really ran that out well.
Oh, we need Beston and Scotty to get on their bike and get a player because this means so much to the Norwood Football Club. I'd love to speak to Rhett Jordan if they could.
Get out of first gear, Besto.
Rhett Jordan's in the centre circle, gents. Centre circle if you can, Scotty. Get on the bike. We need to speak to the captain because he'll know how much this means, Will.
Was it just me or did that I was stuck in the moment. I thought they had a couple more minutes left.
Boys. The only reason I heard the siren was I saw the umpire put hands in the air. We've got Besso down on the boundary line with Marty Pask.
Thanks, boys. Marty Pask, very relief. Norwood coach, mate, what a game.
Oh, it's a fantastic game, but geez, it's nice to be on the right side of one after the last month. I tell you, we've had under 3 goals.
Keep walking.
To finally be on the right side of one, absolutely fantastic, and super proud of the guys. And hopefully this kickstarts our next month.
Some great performances in that last quarter. The likes of Tweedy, Pearson, they all sort of came into their own, didn't they?
They were huge, and as I said on the call before the game, having Tweedy back, I mean, you could probably see how important he was and how much he's been missed the last month. But it's fantastic having him. Blake Pearson, we threw him forward to roll the dice. I thought Patterson had some really important touches at the start of that fourth term to get us going. Rhett was fantastic with that goal. It was a really good fourth quarter.
Yeah, Rhett was magnificent. The other guy I wanted to mention too was Lockie Kennedy. I thought he played really well.
Super. Lockie's just is our glue guy. We glue him into situations, whether we need him in the ruck, forward, anywhere. But for him to be able to come in and take a good mark and hit the scoreboard, that's what he brings for us.
Thanks, Marty. Well done.
Thanks, guys.
Sensational stuff there, Besto.
Come on, Besto. Get amongst them, Besto.
Brett Jordan's in there.
Brett Jordan right there, Scotty. There we go. And, Scotty, you got to ask him about that goal of the day straight off the bat. Go down to Scotty Hardy.
You got Rhett with us, boys. What a win! What a win for the club, and that really kicks you into next gear.
Yeah, no, it's huge. Like we got, I think we've blooded 8 new blokes this year. COVID's hit, I think, half the side. Concussions. We've had just blokes with just the regulation flu because that's still around. I think we had 6 blokes out of training Tuesday and Thursday this week, Crook. So it's a huge win. Getting those blokes come in, it's unreal. So we're a great group, big family group. The culture is so good. So we've lost, I think, 3 games under 16 points. So it's good to win a close one finally.
Yeah, and you would have been happy with your own game, and obviously that goal as well. You've obviously carried what has been sort of a younger side sort of through those early games, and then led by yourself.
Yeah, we've got an interesting group age-wise. It's sort of weird being the oldest bloke here, but. Look, we just find blokes filling different spots. With Dill Atkins come in, he's played forward, he's played back, he's played on the wing. Same with myself, I've played forward at times and cut and go on ball as well. Wendy's played forward for us today. So, we've just got blokes who are really diverse and happy to play anywhere.
Tell him he's won the prize, Scott.
He's won goal of the day.
You won goal of the day, the boys are telling me. So you must be stoked with that one.
I'll take that. It's not bad. I'll take that. It's more than getting the 4 points. It's more important. So. But, it means a lot just to obviously have a win, especially at home. So it's a big thing.
Good on you, mate.
I was about to say, Scotty, let him go. Some of the boys already ran in to get the song going.
Great interview there, Scotty, with Darren Lockyer.
With it's actually, if you watch the netball, Kate Maloney from the Vixens has a very similar voice, unfortunately. Paul, any more scores around the grounds, mate?
In Premier Division, Rowville lead 12-14-86 over Doncaster East, 11-7. 73. South Croydon lead 13-91 over Doncaster 9-63.
So there we go. I think the score from Donny East has come in.
That's final.
Rowville have gotten up. Glen Waverley have won by 9 points as well. That's a massive win for Glen Waverley because it gets them back in the hunt to stay alive, and it's also a massive loss of Whitehorse, unfortunately. But we can talk more about that on the Monday recovery this week.
You looked excited showing me that Donny East score while we're on air, and I got excited. I had to read it 3 times, and now I'm upset.
We'll do the goal kickers as well quickly. So for Norwood, 2 goals to Lachlan Dixon and Dylan Feltham, and singles to Tom Maloney, Blake Pearson, Jamie Bennell, Lachlan Kennedy, Rhett Jordan, who of course kicked the goal of the day, that floater. And then Daniel Potts kicked 2 as well for the Norwood side in this third term. Andreas Everett kicked 3 in the first half and then went out of it. Singles to Connor Hickey, Tom Livingston, 2 to Dennis Armfield, and a single to Lachlan Gall. And they'll rue 19 missed chances, Will.
Absolutely. I think as we spoke about, basically throughout the game, their inaccurate kicking looked like it was going to cost them, and it really did towards the end. It sort of cracked up on me personally. I didn't think they had 19 shots. Just looked up at the score halfway through the last quarter, and that's what they had. So, I think goal kicking training on next week.
Yeah, exactly. And this is a momentum.
Oh,
here's the song. Let's hear the song. Even the dog's singing it.
It's a big day. Nah, it's cut out.
Yeah, it's too hard.
We'll go back. Ryan, carry on.
This is a big momentum one for Norwood. This is huge for them. Their next 3 now, they've got Berwick, Blackburn and North Ringwood. They can start to now string a few wins and really put themselves back into a finals position. It's just one of those wins that, it was well thought out. Park Orchards was great all afternoon, and to pinch this 4 points, it's very valuable with still a pretty young side that's in.
Yeah, and we spoke about the fact that we expected each quarter Norwood actually did really well up until about the red time wheel, and then Park Orchard's always kicked a late couple, but not this quarter. Even right until the end, it felt like Norwood, if anyone was going to get another one, it was going to be Norwood. They probably had opportunities, to be honest.
No, they did. They hung on, I think, as you said, to our surprise. Second and third quarter in particular, they really faded, but they did it when it counted. They did it towards the end, and this is going to go huge ways for their season.
Absolutely. Paul, any more scores on the doors, mate, before we jump into our votes?
In Division 2, Mulgrave, 14-11-95 over Knox, 8-8-56. Templestowe, 10-11-71 over Boronia, 7-16-58. The Basin, 19-13, 127 over East Burwood, 9-7-61.
So a couple of big scores there. So the Basin big winners. Boronia go down to Templestowe, so that's good news for the Basin because Mulgrave will now jump Boronia into fourth spot, and the Basin will probably jump into fifth ahead of Boronia. And as we mentioned, South Belgrave big winners as well. Templestowe can keep their finals hopes alive. What about Division 3 or Division 4 for us, Paul?
Division 3, Waverley Blues, 16-12, 108 over Coldstream, 11-4-70. Scoresby, 8-11-59 over Warrandyte, 8-9-57.
Nice.
The Magpies, that is a big win. Warrandyte will drop
from behind win.
Warrandyte will drop further back. Scoresby will get their third win of the year and pull away from relegation. What about Div 4?
Div 4, Surrey Park, 11-18-84 over Croydon North, 8-5-53. And Chirnside Park, 11-8-74 over Nunawading, 7-4-46.
Couple of good games there. Let's get into our votes. I know Besto and Scotty will be in there trying to grab it into if they've got time, but we might run out of time, to be honest. We'll start with you, Will. 3-2-1 for your Eastland Player of the Day.
I have Tristan Tweedy for 3. I thought he was absolutely exceptional down back. Number 2, I've got Lockie Kennedy. Huge last quarter. Got to go Michael Pearson, 1 vote.
Nice. Ryan?
Yeah, for me, Lockie Kennedy, the way he finished that game in that last quarter to get him over the line, I'll have put him in for 1 vote. 2 votes for Blake Pearson. I thought he was really strong all afternoon. And then the 3 votes for Tristan Tweedy. Fantastic. And look at the difference that he makes in that side and the defensive structure.
Absolutely. Ben?
Going to give 1 vote today to Evan Smead from Park Orchards. I thought he was a consistent 4-quarter performer. And I think he could throw a blanket over a number of players to slot themselves into that 1 vote. 2 votes today go to number 7, Tweedy, Tristan Tweedy. Thought he was absolutely super, so consistent. Barely lost a contest as well, but I'm giving the skipper 3 votes today. The way he lifted it in the second half, he carried that team. He lifted them up, and I think got them over the line. Just that leadership that he's shown, and you could tell by the fact that we couldn't even barely talk at the end of the game. He's been barking orders all day out there, and he
doesn't usually sound like that. I will say. From my point of view, 1 vote to Jay Whitnish. Again, I was sort of like Ben. There was a blanket of players you could have given 1 vote to, like Maloney, Dixon, Blake Pearson, who has gotten votes already. I couldn't squeeze him in, and Mason Blakey, a number of Park Orchards players were really, really impressive. But Jay Whitnish for me was their best. Michael Pearson too. Did really well and smart. I think he might not have had the high possession numbers of a rebounding half-back flanker, but when he did get the footy, he was smart, he was composed, took some crucial marks. And just at the end, even there, Armfield bearing down on his hammer. If he stumbles a little bit, Armfield runs in and probably kicks the winner. But he was just able to poise and just sort of, in the end, he actually did really well to almost shrivel up like a turtle and not give away the turnover. So he gets my 2 votes, and Tristan Tweedy was just enormous.
Runaway winner.
So Tweedy is our runaway winner. Goal of the day has to be Rhett Jordan's right foot snap from 45 out. Has to be, Ben.
Absolutely sensational.
You were jealous of the highlights in the third quarter, but you probably got the highlight of the day there with that wobbler. Gents, note a couple of close runners-up. Blake Pearson, which checks on the second quarter. Lockie Dixon's right foot snaps. Armfield steal was good. Plenty of content coming out of this game, wasn't there? And then the workman of the day from 4 Workers Eastland. You got any names to throw at us there? I've got Lachlan Kennedy written down just for his last quarter performance, but you could give it to any number of players. Liam Daly.
I think Michael Pearson for his defensive performance. I think you could almost give it to a majority of their back line who stood up all afternoon, especially that first half when Park Orchards were really pushing forward with those inside 50s. So they're very impressive.
Will, Ben, any?
Kennedy's second half was huge, but I think, as we were said before, the defence of the Norwood's team, that first half under pressure, could go to a bunch of them.
I like Dixon.
Lachlan Dixon.
Yeah.
All right, we'll go with Lachlan Dixon then.
Oh, so these guys just go.
Yeah, well,
I didn't give a name.
They just kept saying
blanketed
back
people.
6. I can't walk in and go, oh, here's a $50 gift voucher for the 60. $8 a piece. We're almost going to go. We've got to go here soon. I'll just have to thank everyone. Obviously, to Blake Tennant in the score centre, he was magnificent all day. I'd like to thank Jared Beeland and Trent Cullen, who are out at the Vermont South Croydon women's game that went right down to the wire out there as well. So we've had 2 great games of footy. Brett Beston, Scott Hardy, Paul Yaconi in the score centre once again, Will Faulkner and Ryan Long in special comments. Ben Warren-Smith back in action, warming up as the season gets along. Brucey Proust as well. Lee Green.
Leroy Green.
Oh, well, we've got to put that in. I just like to put a disclaimer in. It's probably going to be, is that the game of the year that we've covered so far?
So far it is, absolutely. It's the benchmark. It can only get better
Absolutely,
from here.
and like I said, neither side in the finals yet, but hopefully for Norwood's sake, it can kickstart them along, Ryan.
Yeah, well, the next 3 games, I think they're 3 potential wins, and that would put him back at 4-4. And when you're 4-4, you're back in the mix.
And just before we go, Paul, can you pick a couple of results that the folks at home really need to know?
In Division 1, Lilydale won
Big win.
after the siren over Montrose.
After the siren?
7-4, on the siren.
Big rivalry between them
7-49 Lilydale over Montrose, 6-11-47. Murrelbach, 18-10, 118 over Bayswater, 7-6-48. East Ringwood, 19-15, 129 over Wanturna South, 5-12-42. And Mitcham, 11-13, 79 over Croydon, 3-5-23.
That's a big win for the Tigs. That's a big win for the
old mate's
Tigs.
going to be upset.
And what was the Baldwin score? Because you said at one stage they can hit 200. What did they get to? What did they get to, Paul?
Well, the latest scores we've had, so Baldwin still lead by 144 points.
Do you reckon North Ringwood can mow them down?
Yeah.
No?
No, we can't.
No, we've got no time. Sorry, Besto. Paul was just giving us a few scores. Do you think North Ringwood can win from there, Paul?
No.
Okay, thanks, Paul.
We can say goodbye to them, though.
We can't say goodbye. Great work, Besto and Scotty again. Well down the boundary line. They're a long way away here at Norwood, but they did a great job. On behalf of the rest of the EFNL media team, it's been another wonderful Eastland EFNL match of the day. Norwood winners 11-6-72 to Park Orchards 8-19-67.
Yeehaw!